Rob on the mic, spitting truth from the heights. Queens unite under stadium lights. Bright nights, 7 train rides. Dreams born in the real hum. Brooklyn to Queens, yeah, we all about that outcome. This our time, this our cheer. Mets talk loud, bring the hype, make it clear. From the boroughs to the field, this our year. Queens in the house, let the world hear. From Flushing Meadows, echoes bounce off the bat. Rob calls, hit the mic, snaps like a thunderclap. Home runs over bridges, no gaps in the story. Mets rise, reclaiming the glory. 7 the city, blue and orange army swarm. Summer vibe electric, love in every form. From Biggie's blocks to Flushing's heartbeat. Our anthem loud, no retreat. This our time, this our cheer. Mets talk loud, bring the hype, make it clear. From the boroughs to the field, this our year. Queens in the house, let the world hear. The apple pops in the outfield, city of dreams. Rob's voice over static, Mets on every stream. White lines mapped out the future, vividly. From shade to city, the journey's never gimmicky.
Oh, yeah, Mets fans, what is up? What's up, Mets fans? How is everybody doing on this trade deadline day Mets trade watch party live right here on the channel and on X? And I got a guest here. He's my coworker. He's a Mets fan. He does YouTube as well. And we're going to say what up to my boy, Tim. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, it's been a very interesting last, 3 days. And we've got a action-packed next 4 hours and 21 minutes until the actual deadline, and it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody could have expected the guys in the bullpen we got. I mean, everybody's like, all right, Gregory Soto, that's a fine addition. Tyler Rogers was a very good addition. Then when he got Helsley, right after Duran went to the Phillies, you're like, all right, now we're cooking. Now David Stearns, actually has a pulse. We see that he's being aggressive. What are your thoughts on the trade? Did you not like any of the trades because of what you gave up?
Oh, we had to hug all those prospects. We need every single. No, fuck the prospects. No, I'm right there with you. If we're going for it, we're going for it. And the fact that we got 3 high leverage arms and we gave up either 1 or 2 top 10 prospects, were depending on where you had Tidwell. I know some places had him at 10, some people had him at 11, 12, 13, whatever. We gave up that for 3 solid arms in the bullpen. I love every single move of that. I'm genuinely curious to see what's going to go on with some outfield stuff, because now there are reports saying that Roberts is unlikely to be traded, according to Underdog. So we pivot to Mullins. Brandon Lau still doesn't make sense to me. That's just me, though. I think Mullins is probably going to be the pivot for him, but I'm interested in that. And then we've got a bunch of other. I mean, you had Eugenio Suarez go last night. You had frickin' Mason Miller.
Yeah, that's insane.
Which we'll have to talk about that deal in a little bit, because holy shit, did they give up a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the Padres are going all in for it. So lots of big bullpen moves, and I'm curious to see what's going on with some starting pitchers today.
Yeah, and I was at work and I saw the trade go down with Mason Miller, and I'm like, what did the Padres give up? Because I would have been really annoyed if we couldn't get Mason Miller for a bunch of a little bit of chump change in your pocket. But they gave up a haul for sure.
Oh, yeah. They gave up a shit ton.
Yeah, it's insane how much they gave up. And again, listen, you're going for it. Like I said, I never fault the team for going for it. I don't care what the cost is sometimes. I really don't care. And again, if people want to compare and they're mad that you got Helsley over Miller or Helsley over Duran, look at the prospects, and it's not comparable of what the Mets were willing to give up, right? What was it? Top 3 of their top 15 prospects that were like highly rated. They were like I think each one of them were in the top 50 of the top 100. Like, that's a haul. Like, that's Jet Williams. That is, a Carson Benz. That's one of our top pitching prospects. Like, that's what you would have to give up. Mets ain't doing that. especially, and I understand the years of control with Miller and the uncertainty with Diaz. Yeah. The uncertainty with Diaz, opting out after this year. I think we did a fine job, right? We didn't give any really big prospects. I know we gave up Baez, we gave up Gilbert, but they're again, Gilbert kind of been falling down the rankings basically for the Mets prospects. Benj passed him, Jet Williams passed him, Clifford passed him. So he was expendable. Tidwell was never. I don't think anybody was.
They were all blocked prospects.
Correct.
They were all blocked prospects. Like the guy, like you look at Jesus Baez, he's a shortstop, third baseman. Well, Lindor is our shortstop for the next 16 years, and then you got 17 players that can play third base. So no, he's not going up anywhere. Tidwell, you have McLean, you had Tong. There's better pitch Sprout. You have at least three better pitchers in the minors, and then everybody's worried about Gilbert. Gilbert's a corner outfielder. I don't know about you. We have Nimmo for the next 5 years and Soto for the next 100. So we don't need another corner outfielder. So no, all the pieces were expendable. I know a lot of people on Twitter is like, oh, the Mets got overpaid. Oh, the Mets got bent over. No, we did not. And for the haul that we've gotten, no, we did really well on it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like I said, I'm not the prospect hugger. Like, you're talking to the wrong person when it comes to prospect huggers. Like I said, everybody has their favorites. Everybody, because we haven't heard. We heard the name Drew Gilbert since we got him from the Astros. But I keep on telling people he wasn't the main piece in the deal. It was Ryan Clifford, right? Yep. The Mets wanted Ryan Clifford, or that deal wasn't going to get done with Verlander. So Clifford was the guy they wanted. So Clifford was the highly regarded prospect over Gilbert. And again, within a year and a half, Drew Gilbert got jumped by, again, Carson Bench, Ryan Clifford, Jet Williams. Jet Williams is in center field. The Mets love Carson Bench. He just got drafted from Oklahoma State. This kid's jumping up the farm system quickly, and he's killing AA right now. He'll be in AAA by end of year. And wouldn't be shocked if he's on the Mets in 2026.
Not at all. I will say, me personally, I have a little bit of a saltiness towards Carson Bench, and it's nothing about him. It's the fact that the pick right afterwards, the Mets could have had Trey Savage, which he was an ECU Pirate. I would have freaking loved that. That would have been amazing. Instead, they got Bench. I'm like, ugh. So it's a little bit of a salty feeling with that one. I hope he does great. But he's going to be solid. Also, you got to think about with some of these prospects that we traded away, none of those were drafted or picked up by Stearns. Yeah. None of them were Stearns guys. So I understand why there's wanting to trade them.
Yeah, exactly. And even if these guys were good and they weren't Stearns' guys, I understand that as well. But again, and I keep on saying that, I've been saying it on God knows how many shows I've done over the last couple of weeks. When it comes to this, at some point you got to go for it. You got to start winning. Like we're next year is 40 years since the Mets won a World Series. We both weren't born. It's a long time. Like, we picked the wrong team, and we're dealing with it time after time after time. It's been a long time. Like, at some point, you got to go for it. And for a guy that everybody, even myself, David Stearns, I didn't think he was going to be aggressive like this, to be quite honest with you. Like this, again, it's only bullpen help at the moment. He still doesn't have a bat, and I still think he needs a starting pitcher. I don't know what your opinion is about that, but do you want a starting pitcher, or would you rather just go get a center fielder?
If you're going to get a starting pitcher, in my opinion, it's a guy with control. An extra year, 2 years on it. I was full advocate that I wanted Keller because he's got all the stuff that Stearns loves, but it's not looking like he's going to get traded. I'm not really, because you look at the kind of the rental pieces, and I'm not really interested in them. If you're going to go all in on a pitcher, Sandy Alcantara would be that, or Edward Cabrera. I know you have both of those in your thing. Mm-hmm. If you're going for all out this year, Edward Cabrera is probably the better option. If you're going for the next couple of years as well, Sandy Alcantara is going to look a lot better a year removed from his Tommy John surgery. So if you're going after Alcantara, you got to know that his best work's coming in 26 and 27. He's going to have some good outings this year, but I'm not going to – you can't rely on him this year to have big numbers. You see him with his 6+ ERA right now, which 2 straight starts, 12 innings, no earned runs. He's starting to look better. But at the same time, his next start, he can go and give up 7 earned runs in 3 innings, and we go, oops. So you got Alcantara is a guy you got to know his best stuff is coming the next couple of years. Cabrera's just a stud, and he's finally gotten it. He was a highly touted prospect. Here's one of the prospects that works out for Miami, and they're already trying to look to trade him already. So Cabrera would probably be the better option for this year, but either one of those, if you're going after a pitcher, it's got to be somebody with control. Don't do a rental.
Well, let me ask you. Obviously, Alcantara and Cabrera, they both have control. Do you think Cabrera will cost more just because he's having a better season and the injury concern with Alcantara? Do you think so?
That and I believe Cabrera has more control. I'm not 100%. I thought Cabrera had this year and an extra 3. When Alcantara has this year and 2. So you're going to get a little bit more with Cabrera. So, yes, you're going to have to give up a little bit more to get him. And the give up part is you could probably say that it's one of those top 3 pitching prospects. And obviously I'm not giving up. If you're giving up any of them, I feel like Sproat's probably the one I would give up if it has to be one of those packages. Just because I like Tong and McLean just a little bit more. Jonah Tong is probably my top prospect. That's like, don't trade him. Like that's if I'm prospect hugging one, it's Jonah Tong, just because we've seen his stuff. He's got some nasty stuff. And I think out of those guys, Tong has the best opportunity to be an ace out of those 3. So if you're prospect hugging one of them, him, the other 2 I think are expendable.
Yeah. I still don't think Stearns is going to do it. If he was going to do it, I think he would have done it for like a Duran or Mason Miller in that situation, if that was the case. So, like I said, I don't know. See, I always thought Alcantara is kind of a guy that is a perfect Stearns guy, right? He's obviously you're going to have to give up a lot, but it's a risk that I think a lot of teams, especially Stearns, is willing to take because, again, control. What is he making? $17 million over the next couple of years, I think it is. Like, that's a bargain for a guy that can be a top flight pitcher. Like, you know who's getting $17 million? Frankie Montas. Like,
oops.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what the Mets are going to do. Like, we've heard Cedric Mullins that has been coming up. Luis Robert looks like he's not getting traded at this point, or at least right now is not getting traded. We still got what?
Says unlikely.
4 hours to go. Yeah. So, like, and I don't know if this was a true report because I was at work, but I saw something come across where they were asking for Acuna +2 prospects. Not for Luis Robert. That's insane. Come on.
No, that's too much.
Like, I'm not a prospect hugger, but that's just stupid. Like you Stearns to get fired tomorrow. That's just dumb. Now, yeah. I don't think Stearns have been really focusing in on Cedric Mullins because I don't think he wants another lefty in this lineup. And I think that's the whole reason why they've been on Robert the whole time. But I'm sick and tired of matchups, right? Our lefty hitters in this lineup are hitting better against lefties than our righties are this year. So, get Cedric Mullins if it's going to come a little bit cheaper, which everybody assumes it will be. And he's a free agent. He's a rental. It's not that club option that Robert has at $20 million. I think you can get Cedric Mullins. I think he has the attitude that will fit well in this team. Even though I'd rather have Robert because I think the upside with the power and what he's been doing since the All-Star break, I think it will play with the Mets, but I'm not giving up that much for Luis Robert, who's, it can be really good or it can be really bad. I think Mullins would be good for us.
Yeah. Another guy I know the Mets really haven't talked to them or whatever. A guy that could have been interesting, a left-handed bat. He can play outfield. He plays first base. Call up the Cardinals and see what they want for Alec Burleson. He's had a pretty solid bat this year. He can play outfield. I know he played right field with the Cardinals, and he's also played first base. But he's one of those power bats that obviously I got the underdog thing a little while ago saying they're probably not going to trade him, but not expected to be traded, but still call them up if that could be a pivot from Cedric Mullins and Luis Robert. I know he's a solid bat. But obviously you could look at Cedric Mullins. We got John Hyman. Mets are not close on Luis Robert at the moment. Not out of the question. White Sox hold Roberts and consider $20 million option. Then he's saying that the Mets probably are going to pivot to Cedric Mullins now. So Cedric Mullins, it's probably the option at this point. He's got a good glove. So I don't mind it.
Yeah, like I said, I'll be okay with it. Like I said, he doesn't provide the power and probably the high upside that I probably would like, because I think the Mets get on base enough. They don't have they have the run producers. They're just not producing the runs. Unfortunately, being top, bottom tier of the league in runners in scoring position. People are talking about, Kwan from the Guardians that a lot of people would like. The problem with that, like I said, I like the player, but I don't think the Mets need that. Like, we got defense at center field no matter who you get. Kwan, Mullins, Robert, they're all really good defensive players. Kwan is another table setter that the Mets constantly get on, but they can't drive him in. Kwan with his 33 RBIs isn't doing that for the Mets, in my opinion, even though I do like him as a player.
Yeah, I just don't see the Guardians moving him. Like, I feel like, there's reports saying that it could happen, but at the same time, you look at it, it's just like it would be the biggest FU to Guardians fans to get rid of Stephen Kwan, who's going to make $7 million this year.
I don't think these freaking owners care. Some of these owners, I really don't.
Yes, I know. And at the end of the day, it's Cleveland. They're not playing well, and they have to pivot after the whole Class A gambling thing, which is stupid. By the way, they decided they're done with the Cleveland Guardians. They're going to change their name to the Cleveland Gamblers. But anyways, Ohtani wants to join them. Anyways,
sounds better.
I understand having to pivot, having to trade bigger pieces in order to build up your thing, but Stephen Kwan is a piece that is going to be he's going to be more valuable to the Guardians than he will be for any other team. And that's one of two bats in that lineup that's actually producing this year, and you're going to get rid of them. I really hope they don't trade him, just for the sake of Guardian fans, because that's a bet that I don't think they should trade.
Yeah. I mean, who knows with these organizations, with those types
of that's the thing. You have not a clue.
So it's been reported on MLB Network that the White Sox were asking for Jonah Tong as a piece of yeah, that's not happening.
Fuck yourself, White Sox.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
No, it is not.
No way at all. No way. That's not happening. We can't. No. That's a no.
For Robert?
No. That would, even I know that doesn't make sense. Come on.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, I mean, I understand why they're doing it. Like, they're not doing their due diligence if they're not asking for the moon. I understand doing that, but you got to come down at some point. I guarantee you, Robert's going to get traded. I don't know if it's to the Mets or somewhere. The price is going to go down hour by hour. We get closer to the 6. I was
about to say, who else is going after him right now?
Because it's not even like how many teams are going after him. It's the fact that they're not picking up that club option. So they're getting nothing for him if they keep him.
Yeah.
Like, you're not winning anything, so you're not taking that club option. You might as well get
that, or they pick up the club option and trade him.
But who's going to take that?
It's the White Sox, so it's just like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what are you doing here? But again, like you said, it's the White Sox.
It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand that. But it's looking like the Sandy Alcantara thing. I'm not sure, where they are with that. We just talked about Edward Cabrera. Luis Robert looked like he's not possibly going to get traded, which I don't understand the White Sox not doing that. Harrison Bader went to the Phillies. So they got their center fielder, so they're out. So the teams that were involved in Robert mostly was the Mets and Phillies. Those were the two teams that were like really going after him. I think the Padres were too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, Padres.
Yeah, I don't see them doing that at this point. They gave up a lot for Miller, so I don't know if they're going to do that now. Like, it's the Mets or nobody at this point. So it's either the Mets getting Robert or Robert's going to sit there in Chicago in the South Side and just be, saying, "Oh, great, I'm on a shitty team still," and just, probably play bad and have a bad attitude. And then the White Sox get nothing for him, and they won't pick up the club option, and somebody will pick him up for probably low money next year, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, probably. But it's funny how, like, you know what I liked about what David Stearns did, right? I was live during the same show yesterday, and the Phillies got Durant. People went nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Right? How can you let that happen? You got to get it right. All of a sudden, 20 minutes later, you got Helsley, and everybody's like, oh, all right, yeah, all right, all right, we're back. Like, it was like Stearns like hatred for like 15 minutes. Then it was like, oh, all right, well, but
wait, hold on, wait a second, he's doing something.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I like that. Like, I like the fact that he was aggressive. They were in on Durant. We all know that. That's why the pivot was so quick with Helsley, because he already had that, going on, and it's already been talked about with Rodgers and Helsley that they've been negotiating with the Giants and the Cardinals for at least 2 weeks now when it comes to this. So this was already in play, and with the Twins not knowing what they were doing over the last couple of weeks, it probably transpired like, hey, maybe we can get Durant. And when it didn't work out, they know they had Helsley in the bag, and it kind of worked out where Stearns basically had his choice and was like, all right, I'm not giving what they wanted from us for Durant. Let's get Helsley. Yes, he's a rental, understandable. But again, this is a win now bullpen. And there's no reason why you can't sign Helsley after the season, or Rodgers for that matter. There's no reason why you can't. And if Diaz does go, I don't think, they're around the same age, Diaz and Helsley. Maybe the Mets feel more comfortable giving Helsley a longer term deal, or at least a contract over Diaz, who's a guy that can be wild. Helsley throws strikes, which is different from Diaz. Diaz can get wild. So what are your thoughts on it? Do you think the Mets can actually like sign or like extend Helsley or re-sign him after the year, because Diaz might be a little bit more expensive if he does opt out?
I think they set themselves up perfectly to offer both of them something, and hopefully one of them signs. Like, that's kind of how I feel like they're looking at it. But them signing Helsley kind of signals more that Diaz is going to opt out after this year. It's not the question of if, it's he is going to. And he's going to get paid because he is currently the best closer in baseball. I will make that argument. I think Diaz is the best closer in baseball. But yes, he's going to be expensive. But at the same time, what's going to be the difference between the Diaz and the Helsley contracts? Both of them probably at their age get 3 years, 3 maybe 4 years, and what Helsley's going to be $40 million and Diaz will be $60. Like, how much of a difference is it going to be? Like, I don't really see. I could see them honestly signing both. I think Cohen go like, I don't care if they both look really good in the playoffs and the Mets win a World Series, they're going to look at it and go, let's sign them both, give them whatever they want, and we got our bullpen set for the next 3 years.
Well, isn't that the key, right? If you win the World Series, again, a lot of things can transpire. A lot of things can,
even if they lose, say if they lose in the CS again, say if they lose in the World, say if they lose in the wild card by chance, Cohen, honestly, we probably have a better chance at signing both of them if we don't win the World Series. Because then Cohen's going to be like, all right, this is ridiculous. We're going all out even more and pile even more into the middle and go, I don't give a shit about your luxury taxes. Before the lockout in 2027, let's push all of our chips in the middle and let's go forward in 2026. I can see that too if the Mets lose in the playoffs and they go and give both of them big contracts.
That would be interesting. I mean, at this moment, Stearns doesn't really like to, give, multi-year deals to relievers at all, or specifically even starters for that matter, considering even though he gave up 2 years, 3 or 4 years to Manaea. So the bullpen arms, he likes to have those options where he's not, embedded for the years of, contract for bullpen arms. Because bullpens, let's be honest, 1 year they can be great, the next year with the same names, they can be bad. Like that's how it's difficult.
It may not even be year to year. Look at Brazovan. Yeah. He was fantastic for the first 3-4 months, and then the last month he shit bed. Like it's the bullpen is so volatile, but at the same time you've got Diaz and Helmsley that are both like proven names, both guys that have been around for a while. They've proven their stability. They are both still some of the best closers in baseball. So it's still a trusted arm. I don't know. I would be okay with them going after it, like going and trying to sign both.
Oh, you would?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you can get both of them 2 to 3 years, for say if it's 2 years for 35 each, there you go. And then you got your back of the bullpen set, and they're making $17 to $20 million a year. Both of them 2 years, $35 to $40 million. Boom, done. Got those two signed, and we got a bullpen back of the bullpen, and then sign Rogers for a 1 year, $15 million. There you go. There's your bullpen.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the idea because again, I never worried about David Stearns with the bullpen. Like as much as I didn't trust him being aggressive, and again, he's done a good job so far. Again, I still think he needs to do a little bit more to make me feel a little bit better about this team. But he's a guy that figures out bullpens. Even when he had no money in Milwaukee, they always had top 5 bullpens. Like and half the guys we didn't even know their names. Like he figures it out, and that's why I never concerned myself with the bullpen. He was going to figure it out. He did it last year. I know it wasn't exciting names like Stanek and Maton, but when we got Maton, he was actually really good for the final 2 months of the season. He was actually one of the reasons why we got to the playoffs was because he was good.
Yes, that's what I was listening to you yesterday that was mentioning that. I'm like, yes, like finally someone actually sees that Maton was a good move last year.
It was.
Like, and by the way, they mentioned that Maton is expected to be the final trade for the Cardinals. So Maton, we don't want Maton. Yeah, we're not saying that, but Maton could be on the move again. But Maton was great, and Stanek was awesome in the playoffs. So you got that. And it's a lot better than whatever that 2022 trade deadline was. We won't bring up those names like Vogelbach and Darren Ruff and Tyler Naquin and Michael Givens. God damn, we really screwed that one up. But anyways, at least we're doing stuff, which is nice.
Yeah, these like you can't half-ass the deadline. Like you can't. You did it in 2022 when you were a top team in the league. It was again you just talked about the players. That wasn't good enough. Like we can all talk about who else was available. There was better guys available than the guys that we got. It was just because you weren't comfortable with the other guys doesn't mean they weren't better than those guys. Not saying that we would have won the World Series if you got those other guys, but I think we would have been better off overall. But I don't know. Like right now, I'm giving this probably a B deadline right now with just these bullpen arms. I think it's a B, only because. The bullpen's the bullpen. It's great to have those guys, but if you don't score runs and your starters can't go a little bit deeper into games or at least pitch better, your bullpen's going to be – I mean, it's just going to be there. Like, I don't think it's going to win you enough ball games if you don't score runs and your starters don't do the job. Because you can't overuse these guys. You can have all these guys you want, but if you overuse them, at some point they're going to break down as well. So that's the other thing I concern myself with when it comes to – this deadline. Right now, I'm grading them at a B. You get a bat, I'll give you a B plus. If you actually get a starting pitcher and a bat, well, you're going to get an A from me. I think you filled all the holes.
That's fair. I still really like the I still really like what we've done so far. Yes, a starter would be great, but I don't think it's. I mean, if we don't get a starter, bring up Jonah Tong, bring up Noah McLean, bring up one of those guys, and they will go after it. But honestly, what they've been saying, although we still have, we were getting Minaya back and we were getting Sanga back, but at this point, I kind of want to move Clay Holmes back to the bullpen for the rest of the year.
I've said that from the beginning of the year.
Like, he's been a great starter for the beginning of the year, but he's now pitched double the amount of innings, like of his most innings that he's pitched in his career in a season. So it's still kind of a little bit of a concern with that one. I'm not really like, do we really need to have him as a starter still? I'm still all for like either McLean or actually it would be McLean or Sprout. Bring one of them up. Put them in the rotation because that could be, and then you have Clay Holmes as a long reliever, and we could do a bullpen game or whatever. Like, or leave Clay Holmes available for long relief.
Well, I mean, you see, that's the thing though. I don't think they're gonna bring these kids.
They're not going to, but
like that's the problem. Like that's why it annoys me. It's like, go get a fucking starter pitcher at this point. Like stop playing games. Get a Merrill Kelly. I know he's not, he's 36, 37 years old, but he's having a really good
love
season.
Merrill Kelly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, get a guy like that. He's stable. He's going to be a top 3. He's going to be a number 3 in your rotation, and he's going to be a very good pitcher for you. Like, why not get him? Like, how much is Merrill Kelly really going to cost you?
He's a rental.
Like, I mean,
what's going to cost? What okay?
Let's say, how about Acuna? Straight up,
a reliever, not a reliever. One of those young guys, yes, will be involved. It would be probably Acuna. I can imagine that, or they could want Vientos.
Well, I don't think
I'm not giving up Vientos for him, but
yeah, it's it would just make sense. Like I said, I think a lot of things are going to happen around 4:30, like from 4 to 6 o'clock. Again, teams are going to get desperate. Like. I hate bringing up the Yankees in this aspect, but look at them, right?
They've done nothing.
They don't want to trade.
Sorry, they got Slater.
Yeah, they don't want to trade. They don't want to trade Jones or Lombard. You're not getting anything of value if you're not trading those guys. You're just not, because nobody likes their other players. Like that has been obvious. The Yankees have been in on 2 of the guys that the Mets were in on. They were in on Rogers. They were in on Helsley. Clearly, the Mets got him, so the Yankees weren't going to give what the Mets were given. They were in on Mason Miller. They were in on Duran. So, like, it's funny because, like, I mean, you know what? I hope they don't get nobody, and they can have Judge bat 200 in the postseason again, and then they can talk about how badly they miss Soto, because it's going to come to a head. They were 20-plus games over 500 at this point. What are they, 9 games over 500 at this point? 10?
They've fallen off, and it's been beautiful. I even here's one of the betting things. A week ago, I placed a bet plus 700 on them to miss the playoffs. It's possible.
That's a nice bet.
It's definitely possible.
They only lead the first wild. Like, they're like what 1 game, 2 games up on the entire wild.
Yeah, and then they're beating the crap out of the Rays right now. They're up 7-1 on the Rays, so they're gonna win. They're gonna win today. That will put. They'll be 3 games up on the wild card. So.
Yeah. Well. All right. Well. I mean, it was again. I still don't trust. I don't trust them anyway when it comes to They need bullpen help, and they haven't done anything. Like, I know we're not talking about the Yankees here, but it's funny because the guys they wanted went to other teams. Some with the Mets, some with the Padres, some with just all around. The Phillies. Like, I wish the Phillies wouldn't get more better, but I'm telling you right now, I think Dave Dombrowski is going to make another big move.
Oh, I was saying that from the beginning because you look at, and I know, here we go. We're a Mets channel, and we're going to talk about the Phillies now.
Well, at least they're in our division, at least.
They are. I was saying from a while that I thought the Phillies would make a big push. You got Zach Wheeler that's got 2 years left. At the end of 2027, he's done. You've got their GM, Dombrowski, who's going to be – his contract's done in 2 years. You've got a core that's getting older because Harper's getting older. Castellanos doesn't have much longer on his contract there. Neither does Real Muto. Schwarber's going to be a free agent. Like, you've got a bunch of pieces part of that Philly team. Like, they're going to be gone soon. And they're going to have to rebuild. And Dombrowski sees this and goes, all right, screw it. Let's go get him. Let's go get him. Let's go get him. Let's go get him. Like, he's going to go. You're going to see 2 more pickups from the Phillies, at least. And they're going to go. Well, no, sorry. They got Harrison Bader. So there's your bat, which with the center fielders out there, fine. Like, that's not a bad option. I could see them going and getting another. They need another bullpen arm for sure. The Phillies do
for them to get. So
they got Duran, but they need stuff to get to Duran. Because your bullpen just gave up a 7 spot to the White Sox yesterday. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's been the Mets' problem, right? They
correct. Yeah, and they fixed it.
Yep,
they fixed it. They got Healthy. They got Taylor. They've gotten a couple arms for it now. Yeah. The Phillies got 1 arm, and that's your 9th inning guy.
Yep. Oh, yeah, Pete goes, keep Acuna. Why? He's a glorified base runner and a defensive replacement. That's what he is for the Mets.
He's a slightly better version of Travis Jankowski. There you go.
Yeah, but that's basically what it is, yeah. Like, they sent him down, and they signed Travis Jankowski for, like, 2 weeks before Acuna came back up. Like, that just tells you that Acuna, he's a top prospect, and you're treating him like a utility guy on a bench.
By the way, I love the fact that the Mets went and picked up Jankowski. So they picked him up for a couple games. If the Mets win the World Series, Jankowski gets a ring. I love it. Anyways,
Dolo just said. Let me put up the comment really quick. He says Phillies had a better trade deadline so far. I mean, that's what I don't understand. Like, how? Because they got Bader and Duran, and we just talked about it. Like, I don't think Bader's anything special. Like, he's going to, like, his bat's playing well right now in Minnesota, but there's no pressure. This AL Central is terrible besides the Tigers. The American League is a weak league. Like, let's be honest about that. Like, that's what he's hitting against the majority of the time. He's a really great defender. We all know that. But he lost his job to Tyrone Taylor last year, guys.
He did.
And Dolo, I agree. They got a center fielder 100%. But the Mets, again, it's 6 o'clock to deadline. We got 4 hours here, just under 4 hours. The Mets are going to get a center fielder. Again, who do you want? I think you said yesterday you wanted Harrison Bader, Dolo. So it's like you wanted Harrison Bader, but you would have probably one of the first ones that didn't want him on this team anymore and want him benched for Tyrone Taylor, who is a strikeout machine. Like, and he
had a couple hot months.
Yeah, April and May. After that, he was terrible. So, and that's the thing. Like, and it's okay. Like I said, would I would have been mad if Harrison Bader would have been a Met? Probably not. No. Like, I don't think it's a major upgrade from Tyrone Taylor, to be quite honest with you, because I truly expect that Bader would just end up getting benched again for Tyrone Taylor. And then guess what happens after today? All you can do is get internal options. And who's coming up to play center field? They bring it up bench. Maybe.
I mean, he's ready.
Who would want that? Yeah, no, he's going to be in AAA by the end of the year. Like I said, I mean, who would? I would do it. Who the hell? Like, what's the difference? Like, if he sucks, he's just like Tyrone Taylor. So it's like
the only reason why the Mets wouldn't bring him up is the fact that it would take away some of his control. Like, all of a sudden he's on the 40-man roster. You're starting his MLB pension. Like that. Like you want as much control over him as you can, and that's why they're not going to do it.
Yeah, and people are talking about Sydney's talking about I wouldn't be upset with Quan. I wouldn't be upset with Quan.
I wouldn't either, but you're going to give up a shit ton for him.
Correct, because he's on the control.
Like, Jet Williams is going to be part of that.
Yep. like that's, but again,
are we giving up Jet Williams? Are we giving up Jonah Tong for him? Like, why?
Like the Guardians aren't trading him unless they're going to get a haul back. Like that's the problem. He would be probably the most appealing because, again, the control and because he's a solid player. again, I don't think the Mets need that type of player because he's a table setter, right? He's a guy that you want to get on base. He's a guy that puts the bat on the ball. He's going to be a guy to steal bases. We can't drive people home. We need run producer. We need somebody that can drive the baseball and be a run producer. Not saying that Robert or Mullins or Brandon Lau or whatever other bat we haven't heard yet, that is a possibility. Like, we need somebody that when we say, all right, we got him. All right, this guy can be a run producer. I don't want another table setter. Why do we need more people on base? The Mets always have people on base. They just can't bring them in. That's why it's annoying. That's why it's very annoying because we weren't supposed to be talking about a bat at this deadline. This lineup on day one, and again, you can blame Vientos. You can blame Alvarez for being a shitstorm all season. That is the reason why we're talking about a bat. That is the reason why Vientos was in trade talks. That was the reason why Alvarez was in the minors. And, of course, Alonso, Lindor, Soto, Nimmo can't drive in runs. They're terrible runners in scoring position. We weren't supposed to be talking about a bat. If the Mets lineup was doing what they were supposed to do, we would be I guarantee you we would definitely get a starter, a top 3 starter. And we might even get 2 arms because we get bullpen arms, we get starters. That would have been all we needed. But because Vientos and Alvarez and others haven't performed well, now you have to look at a bat and slightly overpay for a guy like Cedric Mullins, who, hasn't been good since 2 years ago? Luis Robert, 3 years ago? Like, that's why teams are going to, bend you over a barrel because they know you're desperate. You don't think teams are going to talk to Stearns? Like, again, nobody's trading Jonathan for Luis Robert. But
no.
The White Sox know the Mets need a center fielder. There's not many out there. Even the Orioles. I guarantee you Mullins is not going to be as cheap as people think that he's going to be. Like, you're going to have to – I wouldn't be shocked if you got to give up probably – like –
a top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're not giving up Jet Williams. You're not going to give up probably –
No.
I don't think you're going to give up the 3 starters. But you might have to give up a Ryan Clifford. It's a possibility. Maybe a Ryan Clifford. Maybe even – I'm trying to think right now because they've been.
I'm pulling up their top prospect list.
Updating it and it's fluctuating for like a week.
Their top 10 is Jet Williams, which he's not getting touched. We could also see Jet Williams come up this year. His estimate is ETA is 2025. Jonah Tong, Noah McClain, Carson Bench, Brendan Sprout, Jacob Reimer. That could be a piece that they can give up. Ryan Clifford, AJ Ewing, which is in high A, that's 2028. Sure, go ahead. Eliana Pena, wow, who's projected up in 2030. See ya. Not kidding. He's one of the. Didn't he get like a $5 million deal or whatever? That's one of the. Yeah. And then Jonathan Santucci is your top 10.
I think you would have to give 2 top 15, like again a Reimer. Or a Santucci, like something like that, or even a Ewan, and maybe they already gave up Dome, so that's out of the question.
They could also give up players like Eli Serrano, which is their 17th.
Yep.
You can give up Chris Suarto, which is your 16. He's a catcher, first base, outfield. Alvarez has catcher. Alonso hopefully gets first base for a while, and then outfield you already got the corner outfielders kind of buried. So you're not doing anything with him. Boston Barrow could be another one that they can give up. He's the number 20. He's an infielder. Once again, your infield is stacked right now. Like, there's plenty of prospects here for you guys to get rid of. Plenty.
Yeah. And the Mets already gave up a lot of their, their lower level depth, some of it in a lot of these trades, Dome, Elisol, Foster, Avicennia. Like, these guys are – I guarantee you 90% of the Met fans did not know. Now, I know about Avicennia because I remember him, and even Foster. Like, I know a little bit about them. I didn't know anything about Elisalt. I'm not even going to lie about that. Jesus Baez, I knew a little bit about because obviously he was jumping up the charts a little bit in their rankings. But again, when you're in a span of time where you got all your core guys 30 or older, you can't wait until they're 35, 36 years old and hope for these guys to pan out when it comes to your top prospects. You can't wait around. Like, I'm not talking about Williams, who can come up if they decide, we can't get a center fielder, let's give Jet Williams a chance in center field. Fine, I'm okay with that. But
his ETAs this year, why not?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? He doesn't play bad, you send him back down. It is what it is. But, it's a lot of those things where we're talking about, Hayden's talking about Dom Hamill. Yeah, you can give him up, but Don Hamill was a top 15 prospect. He's like, I think he's on the edge of like 28 or 30. Like, he jumped up down.
He's 28.
28, yeah. Like, that's like in 2 years, he was in, I think he was in the top 15. Like, these guys drop quickly.
This year he hasn't been good.
Yeah.
He's got a 4.38 ERA and 51 in the third innings in AAA with a 3-5 record. Like, that's not going to get you up there. He's given up 9 homers this year. What is his strikeout to walk ratio? 58 strikeouts to 15 walks. That's not good. Yeah. There's a reason why he's not up. He's got control problems.
Yep.
Like that, you can't. I can't trust him in a guy that's pitched in 101 games. He has 195 walks. Like, that's awful.
Yeah, not good. I'm just refreshing Twitter right now just to see.
Yeah, I have MLB Network, Underdog, John Heyman, Jeff Passan, Bob Nightingale. I have all of them saved and have notifications on, so I just got to scroll through my notifications tab.
Yeah. So a lot of people are thinking now that Jake Brown, a couple other people were talking about it's looking like it's going to come down to Cedric Mullins or Brandon Lau.
See, I don't understand. Isn't Brandon Lau an infielder?
Well, he plays corner outfield. He's not really a center fielder. He plays corner outfield and second base. The only thing I could think of, remember when Stearns the other day, about 2 weeks, a week and a half ago, where he said that they're willing to play McNeil in center field to keep his bat in a lineup over Taylor, and they would look for a second baseman. So if they want to do that, fine. Look, I said it. I'm not going to trust McNeil in center field. I feel like he's going to make a big mistake in a big game. But he's been good so far. So I can't really kill him right now. I'm just not comfortable with a guy who doesn't play center field and never really has since college. Yeah. Concerns me a little bit. But you could take him out late in games for defensive purposes with Tyrone Taylor or somebody else. Like, I would be okay with that. But again, we need a bat. If we have to sacrifice a little bit of defense to bring in Brandon Lau, who has how many home runs? 19 home runs this year? I think he has. If I'm not mistaken, he's batting 270, 280, and 50-something RBIs. And I know he has plantar fasciitis. That's why he's not playing for the Rays right now.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people looked at the roster and wondered where the hell he was. Well, he's on the IL. But it's something that he's been dealing with for years. So he plays through it. And look at the numbers he's put up with that. So you could do a lot worse than Brandon Lau. Now, I still rather have Cedric Mullins because he's a true center fielder.
Correct.
And whatever offense we're getting is going to be better than Tyrone Taylor. So
the thing is, it really hasn't been lately.
No, he hasn't. That's the thing. Like I said,
his stock dropped like crazy.
Mullins?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. After 2 years ago? Yeah, absolutely.
No, even after like from the beginning of the year to now, like he got off to a really, really hot start the first 2 months, and then I think he's batting like 170 since. Like, he has not been good.
Well, he's batting 229, right? That's not sexy at all. No, but he does have 15 home runs and 49 RBIs. Tyrone Taylor has 2 home runs and what?
Yes. I'm not saying that Tyrone Taylor is a better bat.
Like, you're basically doubling, like, quadrupling the home run total and quadrupling the RBI total. Like, Cedric Mullins, who, again, he's not a huge run producer, understandable, but he can end the year with about 65, 70 RBIs, give or take, about 20 home runs. We're not getting that in center field right now at all. And so I would do that still. I do think that putting him in a better lineup and putting him on a team that's a contender, I think, like, as bad as the Orioles played, their lineup is not that good. Like, a lot of these top prospects that came up, they're not playing as well as they did last year. And that's been the problem. And I'm not saying it's Cedric Mullins is the reason why Cedric Mullins is not playing well is because of the team. But sometimes the chain of scenery can just make a player turn into what he was. It's a big possibility. And that's what teams are hoping for with Luis Robert and Cedric Mullins. That's what they're hoping for.
You just can't give up too much for him.
Correct. But I still think Mullins is probably going to – well, I don't understand what the White Sox are doing here. Like, again, asking for that means they're asking the Mets and other teams for that type of package is crazy. I don't know if because we haven't really heard anything like rumblings with Mullins with anybody. The Phillies.
We really haven't.
So I do wonder if the Orioles are just waiting until like the final minutes to be like, all right, what do you feel comfortable giving us? And that's what I think it's going to come down to. If Robert is truly going to stay with the White Sox, which I still don't believe it, he is. I think they're playing this game. They're playing the game. Oh, high price. Then it's 5:30, and all of a sudden you're going to hear like 47 different rumors with Mullins and Robert, and both of them are going to be traded, in my opinion. It doesn't make sense for the Orioles nor the White Sox to keep those guys because they're not picking up the $20 million option on Robert, and the Orioles don't sign anybody. They signed Santander, and how did that work out? So
he's been injured.
He's been injured. Sure. Yes. And I think
he wasn't good before that, but he was injured.
Yeah. And, Mullins, they're not signing Mullins. So you might as well get something for him. And Andrew's saying Mullins is garbage. But, again, Tyrone Taylor is garbage. Like, that's what we're talking about here.
I feel like if we're not getting Robert, the best option is to just bring up Jet Williams.
I still don't think they're going to do that. That's the problem.
They're not going to, but I still feel like that's the best option.
It probably is. Right. I agree. And that's the thing. Like, Mullins is not garbage. Like, you're comparing the player just by the player. Like, don't do that. You're replacing a guy who has 2 home runs, batting basically, 215, 210, with 15, 16 RBIs compared to 15 home runs and 49 RBIs with a 229 average in Mullins. That's an upgrade. And you're not losing much defensively at all. Like, that's an upgrade. That's what you have to look at. You got to compare the guy he's replacing, not what Mullins is doing for the Baltimore Orioles. And I bring up last year when the Dodgers got Tommy Edman. Did you see Tommy Edman's stats? You see Tommy Edman's stats in St. Louis? Wasn't very good when the Dodgers got him.
Nope.
But when he got with the Dodgers, NLCS MVP, outstanding in the playoffs. The big reason why the Dodgers won was because of Tommy Edman. He didn't have great numbers. Now, they weren't probably as bad as Mullins, but it wasn't good. Like, it wasn't anything special. Like, nobody talked about Tommy Edman to the Dodgers making a difference. Like, Tommy Edman was a big reason why the Dodgers won last year.
Correct.
He killed everybody in the playoffs. So you have to look at it from that perspective. Who is he replacing? Is he replacing somebody who he's not better than? Then no, I don't want him. But he's replacing somebody who's not very good. And the Mets are better with Tyrone Taylor being the fourth outfielder. It gives Mendoza options late in games.
For defense. That's the only reason why you keep him as defense.
Yeah.
We don't – I mean, you saw what Mendoza did the other day when Soto got injured. Yes. All of a sudden, you put Tyrone Taylor out on the outfield. And then when Tyrone Taylor has a spot up at bat with bases loaded, you put in Sterling Marte.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that's the thing. Like what that does, it provides Mendoza with a little bit easier of a time making that decision that he made in San Diego, like Tim just talked about. Like, that's the problem. And I understand Soto got hurt and everything like that, but they were so desperate to not have Tyrone Taylor get in that bat in the middle of a game.
Yeah, it was like the fourth or fifth inning. It wasn't
for Starlin Marte to play the field, to get a pinch hit for him and play the field coming back from injury, which is crazy to me. Because Marte is just not the fielder he used to be. And you're risking him getting hurt for a guy who's probably been a better bat over the last since he's come back from injury. Like that's what we're doing here. You gotta have those holes taken care of. You can't have that issue. And again, you can't help an injury. Shit happens. But there was no need Mendoza felt desperate to do that because Tyron Taylor's so bad with the bat. That's a problem. And the manager, I truly think Mendoza did that shit on purpose to make Stearns aware. Be like, hello, look what I'm doing here. We need somebody. Help me out here. That's what I think he actually did. Mendoza's.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, I don't know how much more time he got, but if you want to say anything else, because you're going to be heading on soon with
I'm going to be on at around 3 o'clock with my brother, so.
Okay, cool. And by the way, if you do go on the channel and check them out, they look the same. They're twins. So just so everybody knows.
All right, I heard check and then you froze for a second. What was that?
I'm sorry. No, I'm saying, I'm like, if they check you out and you see, a very big resemblance.
Yes.
Your brother's a twin. You're twins.
Yep. So, and that's gonna be on the new channel because my brother can't be on the ESP one anymore.
Promote it. Let everybody know.
Yeah, it's baseball talk with the Earl brothers. Because he still wanted to talk baseball, and that's what we were able to do it. Because my brother's trying to get a job with the NCAA, and he got rejected from an ECU job because of Earl Sports Bets. So right before he graduated, he left so that he could do that. So he still wanted to talk baseball. That's why we were able to do that.
Well, I mean, the players are betting, so why couldn't he?
Right.
Jesus. Oh man. Wait, no NIL? I guess that don't count for him. Jesus.
No, does not count for him.
So guys, we got over 1,000 on YouTube and X right now. Just going crazy right now. Oof. I mean, that's a hell of a lot more than yesterday. It was about 300-400 more than yesterday, and we still got 3.5 hours until deadline, and still no news on the Mets getting Mullins or Robert, pitcher. Well, Jim, let me ask you. If the Mets don't get a pitcher, if the Mets don't get a bat, and this is our deadline, Soto, Rogers, Helsley, solid. You fixed the bullpen.
Yep.
But I don't trust the rotation, in my opinion. I think we could have used another bat. How would you feel about this deadline, and what would you grade it? If this
I mean, we fixed what we needed to with the bullpen, and I know we've addressed that plenty of times. Bullpen was an A. Obviously, we haven't done anything else besides bullpen, so really can't grade anything else with those. Yes, I would like a center field bat. That would be great, but at the same time, we could always just bring up Jet. So if we don't get one, I'm not going to be entirely heartbroken. I wanted a starting pitcher with control, like a Sandy, like a Cabrera, like a Keller. That would have been my idea for a solid. I know it sounds crazy. I was looking at JP Sears for a while. I kind of liked his stuff. That seems like an arm that the Mets pitching lab could have done a lot with. So I was surprised the Mets didn't look at him a little bit. Who else was I kind of? Nobody there. Who else? I was thinking about somebody else, and I just can't remember them. Nothing. I mean, we're looking at Eflin for a while, but he's injured. Bailey Falter could have been interesting. I thought he could have been made available. Still, I would love Merrill Kelly. I think that's still an option. I mean, Joe Ryan's going to stay there. Even looking at like a Soriano from the Angels could have been interesting. Or how about somebody who's come out of frickin' nowhere, an Adrian Hauser? Like all of a sudden, he's having a batshit nuts crazy season that he's got like a 1.8 ERA. Like he's been going off this year. So I could have seen something with that possibly. Although Stearns already made the Hauser experiment and it turned out to be dog shit when he was here. But I could have seen him doing it again. There's plenty of pitchers that we could have looked at. I mostly just wanted somebody more with control.
Yeah, that's why I think the Mets still haven't got it started yet. I think maybe it's Stearns. When the countdown ends, is getting closer to 6:00, and he's like, all right, let's go get Merrill Kelly. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think Sandy Alcantara, I think he's going to get traded. I'm not sure about Edward Cabrera because I think he's going to be steep.
I feel like Edward Cabrera has a better shot at getting traded.
Even with the price being higher than Alcantara?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, but not the Mets.
I think one out of the two, Sandy or Cabrera goes, they know they're going to be able to get more for Cabrera.
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's going to be a desperate team out there that loses out on certain starters that they couldn't get, and then that's when they might pivot to those.
Yeah, you know who's going to go after one of those Marlins pitchers and probably get it?
The Yankees.
The Yankees.
Yep.
They haven't done shit yet. The Dollar Tree Yankees haven't done anything yet.
They're going to make a move very late at the deadline that's going to shock people. That I think is going to help them.
That or the Yankees just, I mean, their owners are now the Wilpons, so.
Well, yeah, that's true.
they're making Mets type moves. I'm sorry, McMahon was a good move. Austin Slater.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're looking at Bednar. Oh, Dwayne's mentioning Pirates will ask too much for Cruz. Cruz was another idea that I had for putting some type of package, talking to Pittsburgh, saying, "What do you want for Cruz and Keller?" And I would have honestly, if the Mets went to them, went, "All right, we will give you guys one of the top three pitchers: Tong, McLean, Sprout. We'll give you Clifford, and then like a Nunez and a Salerno, like 4 top 17 prospects for those two guys, and a Vientos or something." I think the Pirates would have taken it.
Yeah, you know what? That's it. But
call up Pittsburgh right now. Pittsburgh has no problem dumping money. We've seen them do it with Ryan Hayes.
Yep, and that's the thing. Like I would do that type of trade. Like I said, you're giving up a lot, but look what you're getting back in return. Yeah. You're getting a controllable pitcher who's a solid number 3 for sure, and you get O'Neal Cruz, plays center field. He's electric. I think he needs a attitude adjustment, but that's why you got leaders on this team.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
There is no leaders on the Pirates.
No, there's not.
I think it would help them 100%.
Yeah, the Pirates are just a dog shit organization. So anything to get out of there, that's why. And I know we're not gonna jump into a conversation with the lockout and salary caps and shit, but man, I would love a salary floor. And I hate the owners of Fisher and the White Sox owner and the Pittsburgh Pirates owner, because the who owns the Pirates again?
I forgot, but I was just there too, and I forgot the name.
Bob Nutting.
But yep.
Bob Nutting. If you don't know the history of him, real quick, and why this is so frustrating if you're a Pittsburgh Pirates fan, he's the owner of a large newspaper company, where the only thing they do is they buy local newspapers, they bring them up to be just profitable, and then they let them go, and then they just let them do their thing. And guess what Nutting's doing with the Pirates?
Same thing.
The exact same thing. And that's why it's just so frustrating to watch. Like, I feel bad for Pirates fans, for Athletics fans, for White Sox fans. Like, you look at those owners that just don't spend. It's not that they don't have the money. They're billionaires. They don't spend on the team. And that's just that's why we need a salary floor, not a salary cap. A floor. Because if you have a salary cap, say the max you can give a player is 5 years, $135 million, and I come up to you and go, and the two teams come up to you, the Dodgers go, we'll give you 5 years, $135 million. The Pirates come up to you and go, we'll give you 5 years, $135 million. Who are you choosing? Right. The Dodgers. It's not going to matter. It's not. It's not at all. So players will automatically still go to the bigger school. So not bigger school, the bigger team. Sorry, I'm thinking NIL stuff too.
It's a good analogy, though. It still made sense when it comes to that. But yeah, the salary floor. Look, the salary floor should be $100 million. Yes. I think that's fair. I think that's perfectly fine. If you can't spend $100 million on your team, and you're getting
don't own it,
and you're getting luxury tax revenue from other teams that are going over the tax, Why can't at the very least they need to spend that money on their organization, on their major league roster, in my opinion.
Because guess what? Anything you spend on your team, guess what you can do? You write that shit off as a tax expense.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand why teams can't do it. Yes, it's expensive to own a team. If you can't afford it, don't buy it.
Yep, agree. Like I don't understand the point. Like I understand owning a team is going to be profitable, especially with these 4 major leagues in this country. It's going to be profitable. Like even the worst team in any sport is going to be profitable. Maybe not more than the biggest teams, but you're going to be profitable.
You know how the teams make money, right? The value of the team goes up every single year.
Yeah.
Like you know what the average value of an MLB team is in 2025? Average value, without looking it up.
Average value, like just
if you took all the teams, added them all up, what's the average of what teams are worth?
Probably like 2 or 3, about what, 1.5 billion.
$2.8 billion is the average MLB team. Yankees are number 1 at 8.4 million. 8.4 billion for the Yankees. 1.2 billion is the cheapest team, and that's the Marlins. So and not to mention those teams, those values just keep going and keep going. Because 3-4 years ago, the Yankees were worth 7.5. Now they're up to 8.4. Dude, by 2030, the Yankees are going to be worth $10 billion. So the value just keeps going up. That's how owners make their money. Like that you can sell the team at any point, and you're going to make a shit ton of money.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well, that's why we were frustrated with the Wilpons all those years. You know, when the Madoff scandal happened and all that, and they basically were completely penny pitching because they were spending money. Let's be honest. Like when they got Delgado, Beltran, Floyd, you know, brought in all these guys, Pedro Martinez, all those guys.
Yeah,
Yohan Santana. They spent money. Now you could say that they probably didn't spend the right money on the right players, but again, they spent money. When that Madoff thing happened, they should have been forced to sell the team, but because Selig and the Wilpons were like this, Selig wasn't going to force them like he did with some other owners, wouldn't force them to sell the team, which they should have because they were in a scandal. Like, I'm sorry, when you're rich like that and you're friends with Bernie Madoff, you're going to tell me they don't know what he's doing? Come on.
Yeah, no, that's garbage.
Like, as smart as these idiots are, you can't tell the difference between a Ponzi scheme, even during a depression, a recession, where like you can't tell that he has record profits, and the only guy that's like surviving the stocks and all the trades and all that, like that's where I was like, come on, like Fred, you knew exactly what he was doing, and that's why they should have sold the team way before that.
I agree. And then one more comment, and I'm gonna head out. Strike Blitz says the most profitable team in baseball last year was the Pirates. Let that sink in. No, I'm gonna probably. You got to keep in mind there's only one MLB team that releases their financial reports every single year, and the only team that does is the Atlanta Braves because they're publicly owned. Everybody else is privately owned. So we can never directly say this team is the most profitable because we don't know how much teams are spending. We don't know. They won't tell us that because they are probably spending a lot less than they're saying, so they could say they're broke.
Yeah. Yankees got Bednar.
Did they? I'm pulling it up now real quick.
I see Yankees and
Rangers appear to be finalists in the bidding for Bednar. And then Passon saying the Yankees are finalizing a trade to acquire Bedard. So, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, it's not a bad move for the Yankees. They need bullpen help. So, Bednar's off the table. So, again, every closer, and I think Class A would have got traded if he didn't decide to gamble.
For sure.
So, and that's the thing. Like, for the Guardians, that's how – I mean – you should be embarrassed if you're the Guardians or any team that are trading these guys. Like, it just doesn't make sense, except that you don't want to pay any type of money and you want to shed payroll for the remainder of the year and possibly longer if they were under control. Makes no sense for trade any of these guys. But all the top closers would have been traded if Class A was still on the Guardians right now and not on administrative leave.
Yep.
Like, that's crazy.
Not as many would have. Not as many would have, because all of a sudden the price doesn't go up for relief pitching.
True. Well, so you think, yeah. I mean, you're right about that. You're right. That's true. But it is crazy that almost every top closer is on another team right now.
And I think all the top closers got traded because of Class A. No. I think not as many would have been traded because all the teams would have looked at Class A and then eventually tried to pivot, but everybody didn't. They didn't have Class A to go to. So that
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Bednar to the Yankees is looking like it's confirmed. So the top closers are all off the board. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think I forgot anybody. Everybody's off the board. All top closers are on different teams right now on contenders. So
love it.
Still regular good bullpen arms out there. We're still seeing what the Mets are going to do. Just over 3 hours until the deadline. Tim, have fun on the new show and the channel. And hopefully the Mets do more work.
Hopefully they do. I appreciate you letting me on, and hopefully I'll be back on soon.
Yeah, I'll see you at work.
No, you won't. My last day is tomorrow.
Oh, fuck you. All right.
I'll see you later.
All right, man. Have a good day, man. All right, guys. So that's my boy Tim, coworker, obviously Mets fan. So Bednar goes to the Yankees again. Well, yeah, revenue of $444 million. That's not profit. All right, the Mets are still Steve Cohen's still losing money ultimately, because again, the Wilpons left. Steve Cohen bought the team when the Mets were in a ton of debt. So revenue was not profit. Revenue was the total money they got from the entire year. That's not profit. If your payroll is $300+ million and you got to pay all the staff, all the other people, and buy the food and all that stuff, it's well over probably $600 million that he spent, plus all the other things that he's done around the stadium and all that. He's well under. All right, they made $44 million last year. That's nothing. That seems like a lot, but for a baseball team, and again, that's pretty good considering how much debt the Mets are in. So either way, all these teams are making money, from the Pirates to the White Sox, all of them are. So they should be ashamed of themselves. And I don't know, did you guys see the deal that the Yankees gave up for Bednar? I'm assuming it's not Spencer Jones or Lombard. I find it hard to believe that they would. Yeah, Jeff Passan just said that he's going to the Yankees, but I want to see the deal. So if you're just tuning in, guys, thank you for tuning in. If you're on X, you're on YouTube. We got over 1,100 people in the stream right now, guys, so I do appreciate the support. If you're on X right now, head over to the channel, hit that subscribe button, guys. If you're on YouTube, I appreciate that. Hit that like button. And yeah, guys, all the closers are gone except for Class A. That's crazy. But it shows you how important bullpens are and how bad a lot of these bullpens were on contending teams. Look at the teams around the league that were contenders. The Phillies, the Mets, the Dodgers, the Padres. Even though the Padres had a really good bullpen. So, getting Miller, that's a big time bullpen right there. CAG, I don't think we're done. I don't think we're done. There's still people out there, and I find it hard to believe the Mets aren't going to get anybody else. All right, let's see. Trying to figure out what the Yankees gave up. I'm curious about the package. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry about that. All right. People in the stream on X are saying, who's better, Bednar or Helsley? Well, it's been Helsley. Like, you can't say Bednar's been better when he got sent to the minor leagues this year. And you know what? Again, all the moves, guys, just remember this, right? The Mets have made 3 big bullpen additions. Soto, Rogers, Helsley. Not one of those was reported to be rumored until it basically happened. We didn't even hear about Helsley. It wasn't. We were hearing Duran. We were hearing Miller. And Helsley was the guy. Same thing with Tyler Rogers. Who was reporting that? We didn't hear about it until it happened. So, and Gregory Soto was kind of linked to the Mets, but nothing like concrete. So every move the Mets made wasn't highly reported. And it wasn't like heating up. Like, we didn't hear until the Helsley deal, until what was it? John Heyman and a couple other reporters saying the Mets and the Cardinals are close to a deal for Helsley. Like, that's the thing. Like, because we're not hearing nothing, I still think it's going to be an outside the box type of move that we're going to be like, oh, that's a pretty damn good move. Like, I think that if Mullins, and I would not be shocked if the center fielder we get is not Mullins or Robert. Like, are the Red Sox really contenders? Are they buyers? Because they really haven't done. What do they do? The Red Sox to get better. Like, is it possible that Stearns might do a little craziness to get Jarren Duran? Like, that would just surprise everybody because we haven't heard a word about that. And again, not saying that the Red Sox can just Joe Adell. That's not a bad move. He's having a really good season. But I don't know if the Angels are really selling at this point, but that would be nice. Cesar, it's funny. I was going to put none on the poll. I was. But I'm trying to be optimistic here, right? I'm considered Mr. Negative, right? I was trying to be optimistic after yesterday's moves. So Rooker's not happening. I don't think Brett Rooker is happening. I mean, Mason Miller wasn't supposed to happen, so you never know. But I would take Joe Adell. That would be a pretty solid move if the Angels are trading him. But you never know. Maybe the Mets go crazy and say maybe they are trying for Brent Rooker. You know, we haven't heard anything, but we didn't hear nothing about Helsley until it happened. We didn't hear nothing about Rogers until it happened. You know, nobody knew the Padres were involved in Duran, and it was the Mets, the Yankees, the Phillies. I'm sorry, not the Padres. I'm sorry. We didn't hear anything. You know, we didn't hear anything. The Phillies were, you know, very rumored to get Duran until basically it happened. So it's going to be crazy, guys. It's really going to be crazy. Yeah, right. I understand Rooker signed an extension, but they also traded Mason Miller with 4 years of control and a lot cheaper. So, you know, could the Mets go after Luis Severino and take on his contract? You know, I know we're talking about center fielders, but what about that? I think Met fans would take Luis Severino back. I think he would be ultimately better for the Mets than he is with the A's. He gets out of that terrible minor league ballpark. Like, all right, let's just put it in a bubble here. 3 hours until the deadline. If I say to you, the Mets finish up their deadline with getting Luis Severino and Ramon Laureano, how are you feeling? What do you think? I'm just throwing names out there because those are, you know, we haven't heard much about Severino, but I think the A's would love to get rid of that contract. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, you know, I don't know if, because you'd be taking on both of those contracts. So, you know, what would you really be giving up if you're going to take on all that money? Both contracts. So it's not worth it for the A's if you're not getting anything back. Like, I could see getting, you know, get Laureano and take Sevy's contract, right? That could be a possibility where you don't have to give too much, but you're taking the contract off of. I'm sorry, Laureano's on. I'm sorry, yeah, that's dumb. That's stupid of me. Sorry, guys. Like, we could do that, but he's on Baltimore. That's my bad. I'm thinking of something totally different. That's my bad. But, you know, we can still get. And oh, by the way, guys, right? Ramon Laureano, right? Good player. I think we all can agree with that, right? For everybody that wants to talk about numbers, and more people would rather have Laureano than Cedric Mullins. Now, besides the batting average, which, obviously to me it's important, but Ramon Laureano has 15 home runs and 46 RBIs. Cedric Mullins has 15 home runs and 59 RBIs. So why do you want Cedric Mullins, who is a better defender than Laureano? Now, the 290 sparks my interest because I like the average because he puts the bat on the ball, but Cedric Mullins has the same amount of home runs and more RBIs. And they're on the same team. Well, I mean, even with the at-bats, let's see. He's played 82 games. Cedric Mullins played, let's see. Has he played? Let's see. Cedric Mullins has played in 91 games. So it's not it's not a 40 game, 50 game difference. It's what, 10 game difference? So, all right, let's just add a couple of more home runs to Laureano. He has 18 home runs and a little bit more RBIs, but he still ain't going to have more. He's going to have 13 more RBIs in 10 more games. So, I mean, again, I would be okay with either one. But, you see how fast I said Laureano and everybody's like, oh, yeah. But, again, you hear the name, not the stats. I just gave you the stats. Besides batting average, Cedric Mullins is having a better overall season. And he's played more games. Dolo, I don't think they're going to call up Jet Williams. Now, I'd love them to. I mean, this is what I always talk about with prospects. If these guys are ultimately ready and you're not using them and they're in AA or AAA, bring them up and see what happens. What is the worst that can happen? They don't perform, you send them back down. You're not gonna destroy their career if they don't play well. You send them back down, let them work on what they need to work on. Like I'm all on board with playing the prospects. But when you don't go out and get people and trade the prospects, then use them. That's what annoys me. That's why I talk about the prospect hugging is annoying when you're not using them for anything. That is the worst scenario for David Stearns and the Mets. You're not willing to trade your top prospects for better players that are on the market, but you're also not bringing these guys up to help you. I'm not saying to bring a single A guy up. These guys are in AA and AAA. There's nothing left for them to prove. Bring them up. That's what annoys me. Now, if the Mets don't do nothing else and Stearns is like, you know what? One of these pitchers in Tong, McLean, Sproat, they're going to get an opportunity in this rotation. Jet Williams, you're going to get an opportunity in center field. I'd be okay with that because you're using the assets you have to see what happens. Because even if you make a trade for players, you're still seeing what happens. But at least you're using the prospects. Use them for something, either to get better or trade or use them to help to see if they can do something. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Somebody said the Padres. What's going on with the Padres? Hold on, guys. Let's see. So, according to John Heyman, top catching prospect Rafael Flores and two others go to the Pirates for Bednar. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. I'm just checking, guys. Apologize for the quietness. Mets discuss Marcell Ozuna with the Braves. John Morosi just said that Stephen Kwan trade today is viewed as increasingly likely. Okay, here's the Padres one. The San Diego Padres are acquiring catcher Freddie Fermin from the Kansas City Royals for right-hander Ryan Bergert. Okay. Well, Chris is on vacation, so that's why he's not on shows or doing a lot of live streams or videos and stuff like that. He's been doing. I see him been doing shorts and everything like that wherever he is. So he's on vacation. So that's why we have no show. So when he comes back, I think it's probably soon. But again, I don't bother him and get in his business because it's not my business. If he wants to say what he's doing and when he's coming back, that's up to him. But I think it's going to be soon because I think he's been gone for about a week, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be wrong. But I know he's been posting a couple of shorts, a couple of quick videos. But I know he's on the road a lot. So again, living life. But we'll be doing shows again. Don't worry. When trade deadline's over, games start picking back up, we'll definitely be doing pre-games, post-games, and all that other fun stuff. Because it's do or die now, right? After today, that's it. It's all about baseball. It's all about the 50-plus games that we have left. That's it. There is no turning back. Your roster is your roster. The only other options are internal options. That's it. So it's going to be a very, very, very interesting 3 hours, guys. So if you guys just give me a second, give me about 5 minutes, and take a quick break, and I'll be right back. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back in a few minutes, guys. I'll play a little music for you guys, a little bit of let's see, what do we got here? Let's do a little Meet the Mets. Why not?
Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the streets, where do they go? To meet the Mets. Oh, they're hollering and cheering and they're jumping in their seats. Where do they go? To meet the Mets. All the fans are true to the orange and blue. So hurry up and come on down, 'cause we got ourselves a ball called the Mets of New York town. Give 'em a yell, give 'em a hand, and let 'em know you're rooting in the stand. Come on and meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town, of New York. and cheering and they're jumping in their seats. Where do they go? To meet the Mets. All the fans are true to the orange and blue. So hurry up and come on down. 'Cause we got ourselves a ball club, the Mets of New York town. Give 'em a yell. Give 'em a hand. And let 'em know you're rooting in the stand. Come on and meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life. Because the Mets are really sucking the ball. Knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side. Everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Of New York town. Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life. Because the Mets are really sucking the ball. Knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side. Everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the streets. Where do they go? To meet the Mets. Oh, they're hollering.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry for that little delay. Just trying to get a little snack, get another drink. It's a long show today, so I gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated as the Mets hopefully continue to try to get somebody bat wise or anything like that. And Dolo, you scared the hell out of me when I saw Vientos got traded. I'm like, what? I just walked away. Elevated music and fake trades. I was gonna go a little elevated music, but I'm like, I'll do a little meet the Mets here. Why not? Why not? So I swear to God, I sat back down. I saw Vientos got traded. I'm like, what? I'm like, how? I just refreshed my phone. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Oh, you scared me. Even though it depends on who it is, because again, where do I need to drive Vientos to? If it's somebody better than we already had, I'd be all aboard on. I'll be ready to go with that. So apparently the deal for Bednar to the Yankees is, let's see. It is, I know it's their top of Rafael Flores, their catcher first base prospect, so number 8 prospect. So basically, it's kind of similar to what the Mets gave up for Ryan Helsley, right? Kind of similar, right? A number 8 prospect, a couple of lower level prospects. That's basically what they gave up. All right, so my guy Noah Hiles that I had on about a week and a half ago. They're also giving catcher Ed Gleam Perez and outfielder Brian Sanchez and the other 2 prospects coming to Pittsburgh for Bednar. So it's Rafael Flores, number 8 prospect, Ed Gleam Perez, the number 14 prospect, and center fielder Brian Sanchez. So 2 top 15 prospects and a lower level prospect. So it's a solid trade. Like, again, they have Austin Wells, so no point in having catchers on your farm system like that because they're blocked. So that kind of makes sense. They didn't give up, obviously, a Spencer Jones or a Lombard. So let me just check the Yankees prospects for a second just to see what's going on here. Yeah, okay. And that other guy, what was the other guy's name again? Brian Sanchez. He's not ranked. Yeah, he's not ranked in the top 30. So again, the Mets gave it's basically a similar deal, right? Helsley and Bednar is basically similar deals. The 8 and 14 prospect for Bednar, and the Mets gave their number 8 prospect, and it was, I think Dome was like in like 16th range or something like that. So a very similar deal, which makes sense, right? Bednar is also a rental as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it's similar deal. So I think the Helsley deal basically set up the Bednar deal with the Yankees because it's similar deal. So it depends on who you like, right? Helsley or Bednar, right? Bednar got sent down to the minors earlier this year. He's been very good since, but Helsley been good all year. And he throws a ton of strikes where Bednar can get wild and lose his location. Helsley is more of a strike thrower than Bednar. But again, I don't think anybody would be complaining for either guy. But clearly the Mets trade for Helsley ended up being a similar trade for Bednar with the Yankees. So it is what it is. It does feel like a telethon. It does, right? You get to spend 5 hours with me. You guys are nuts. So once again, guys, if you are on X right now, I do appreciate it. I know there's a ton of people on X right now watching the show. Head over to YouTube real quick. Hit that subscribe button. Obviously, hanging out with you guys for the last couple of hours of the deadline. Obviously breaking news across baseball. But if the Mets do anything, I'll be here with you. Yesterday, Helsley was traded while we were on the stream yesterday, and that's nice. That was fun. People loved it. It was great to talk about. It was right after the Duran trade to the Phillies, so the Met fans were kind of getting really annoyed. And then all of a sudden, boom, Stern said, "Hold my beer," and he got Helsley. And you revamped the bullpen within a week, and now I think we have one of the better bullpens in baseball, along with the Padres. And they need it. Excuse me. If the Mets are not going to go after a starter, which kind of annoys me, but if they're not, and I still do believe the Mets very late, if they're not going to get Alcantara or Edward Cabrera, they're going to pivot to a guy like Merrill Kelly or someone similar to that. I find it very hard to believe that all we've been hearing, the Mets are in on starter pitching, day after day after day, and they don't get nobody. I find that very hard to believe. I don't think you can leave here with no bat and no starting pitching. You can't just do this bullpen. Even though it's a solid addition to your bullpen, it's not enough. Like, Stearns is really trusting the guys that are currently on this team to pick it up offensively. Like, we're in game 110 tomorrow. Where are we figuring this out over the next 52 games? 53 games. No, you don't want to hear me sing, guys. You guys are funny. But, if people are talking about Ozuna, I know the Mets checked in on Ozuna. Again, he would obviously be a DH. You're not playing him in the field. So, again, where are you putting Vientos at this point now? Like, it doesn't make sense. And that's the problem. That's why I thought that Vientos for Robert kind of made sense for a 1-for-1, because you're going to get the power that you were lacking from Vientos. And again, Vientos finally hit a home runs. And again, he's kind of been okay. But again, I need a lot of power from him. Well, Kat, that's the thing. That's what I don't understand. And I agree with you. And let me post that comment real quick. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, you go buck wild yesterday. You get a high leverage reliever setup guy in Rogers, and you basically get a secondary closer in Ryan Helsley, and you got so many options for Mendoza now in the bullpen where you can go any which way anytime you want. Soto, Rogers, Helsley, Diaz, every one of these guys can close for the Mets. Like, why go be so aggressive yesterday, not give anything more than a top 8 prospect to bring in 3 solid, really good arms and not do nothing else? Like, I just don't understand that. Yeah, but Dolo, Siri's not here yet. Like that, like if he's thinking about Siri, like it's another thing if Siri was on this team. It's another thing if Siri came back 3 weeks ago and shown some life with his bat, then I might understand his argument. But we don't know if Siri's going to come back and be healthy, number one, let alone play center field well and hit better than Tyrone Taylor. Now, I do believe him healthy. I truly believe if Siri was healthy, we would have seen the 15 to 20 home runs that he was projected. Now, the average would probably have been 210, but having that power in center, and I think that's the biggest reason why it's so frustrating, because I think Sturge was looking at the power for Jose Siri around the 15 to 20 home run mark. You can get 15 to 20 home runs from your center fielder that's not one of your top guys in your lineup. That is huge. But again, the Siri injury was a bad thing for the Mets because you exposed Tyrone Taylor. It hurts your bench ultimately because you got to play Tyrone Taylor. That means another Joe Schmo, is on the bench that shouldn't be on the team. And it's a trickle-down effect with the rest of them. That's why Siri's injury was important. Yeah, I heard that rumor too that the Mets offered Acuna and Clifford. I don't know if that's a confirmed report, but I mean, even I think that's a little much, to be honest. But would I cry about it? No. Because again, if Clifford is a corner outfielder, that's what he basically is. He plays first base too, but he's a corner outfielder. You got Nimmo for the next 5 years and Soto for the next 537 years. And if the Mets are going to re-sign Pete Alonso, Ryan Clifford becomes expendable. So I understand that. And Acuna is not playing. He is blocked by Jeff McNeil. He's blocked by Vientos, blocked by Beatty, blocked by Mauricio. I mean, it's a puzzle to find Acuna playing time. So if it was Acuna and Clifford, Met fans would have probably went ape shit and went nuts. But you got to look at it from the perspective of Ryan Clifford is a corner outfield first baseman. Where is he playing on this team? Everybody can say, well, DH him. Okay. Then where's Vientos playing? Like, that's the problem. It's a logjam. CAG, 91 years old. Cool. Awesome. I like that. Awesome. I wish I can reach 91. Well, Milton, I would like to. That's what I'm hoping for. You know, we're heading on close to the 2.5 hour mark, guys. Well, Patrick, that's the thing. Like, it's not about just pure talent. Like, we're so focused on, oh my God, how can you trade this guy? He can be the next PCA. Yeah, we talk about PCA because we don't have a center fielder. Who cares about Drew Gilbert, who is behind Carson Bench, Ryan Clifford, and Jet Williams, who is also a corner outfielder? Like, the logjam is idiotic to maintain in your organization, especially at your major league roster, which the Mets currently are doing. Still, we're 2.5 hours away until the deadline, and we still have all 4 of the guys that I continue to say can't be on the roster altogether starting tomorrow. It does not make sense. Like, I just don't get that at all. It's annoying. Like, I just don't understand that. You got multiple corner outfielders. You got multiple outfield prospects. So clearly somebody, if not 2 of them, are going to be expendable. The same thing goes for your minor league infielders. Same thing. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, if Pete Alonso is going to be here long term, you got Soto, you got Nimmo for at least 5 more years. Where are you playing Ryan Clifford? He's not a center fielder. So get rid of Ryan Clifford. You might be able to get an Alcantara or Edward Cabrera along with Acuna. Give Acuna, Clifford, and give another top 20 prospect. I think you can probably get that done. You gave you two prospects in your top 10 and another one in the top 15 to 20. Clifford and Acuna, I think it's a little much, but I wouldn't be mad about it. In my opinion, I wouldn't be mad about it. Yeah, but David, why are you trading McNeil and Vientos? You trade McNeil and Vientos, you're using Tyrone Taylor as your center fielder. So you don't get you hurt your offense, and I'm not even talking about Vientos. You hurt your offense with McNeil. That I don't see how that works. And it kind of got quiet all of a sudden after the Yankee trade. It kind of got like quiet. Well, Dwayne, it's not about McNeil taking on the contract. It's an expiring contract. You know, it's like, well, what is it? 1 more year? The Mets could probably pay it down if it needs to be. So I think that's the issue. Let's see, lefty bat, and he's a utility. Yeah, but I don't think I think the Mets would prefer a right-handed bat. But again, the right-handed bat hasn't done well against left-handed pitching. Left-handers have been better against left-handed pitching. So, well, LFGM, I understand. I see McNeil out in center field, but again, if you're gonna move McNeil into center field, then go get a second baseman like Brandon Lau. Like, you're improving the lineup because that's the ultimate goal, right? Is that you need another bat. Like that was kind of like the leading story for weeks. They got to get a bat. Like getting a bullpen was a mandatory situation. Like David Stearns didn't prove anything to me except that, yes, you need a bullpen just like everybody else. Name a contender team that didn't need bullpen help. So that was a mandatory situation that he did. Do I give him credit for being aggressive? Yes. But every team that needed bullpen help got it, that are contenders. So he's not special. Being special is going out of the box and getting a guy like Brandon Lau. Like, get that done. You cannot get out of this trade deadline and it's 6:05 and you don't have Luis Robert or Cedric Mullins or Brandon Lau on this team because you didn't make your offense better. Why have a bullpen if you're not going to have them hold leads? Hasn't that been our problem? The offense turned back into a pumpkin again. Like, this is the problem. I'm all for getting pitching, but a lot of you guys that were in the chat weeks ago and months ago, and I know there's a lot of new people in the stream right now and on the channel, and I appreciate that. But a lot of people kept on saying, Rob, why are you talking about the pitching? Why are you talking about the pitching? The offense isn't doing their job. And now it seems like people are not willing to do what they need to do to get a bat in here. And by no means I'm saying Mullins, Robert, Lau is going to be a difference maker, but they're better than what we currently have. Barry, 100%. Let me throw up that comment. Yeah. Got to score runs for a bullpen to matter. 100% agree. This bullpen's pointless. Didn't we watch in June? The Mets never had leads, and Diaz never pitched in June. So one of the best closer in baseball, one of them, couldn't get on the mound in save situations because they couldn't get a lead into the ninth. They could not have a lead where you used a high leverage arms to Diaz. It was constantly, guys we never heard of because the Mets were either not scoring runs or they're getting blown out. Like, Diaz barely pitched in June because of that. So your bullpen's not going to matter. Your high leverage guys aren't going to matter if you don't score runs. That's the problem. LFGM, that's a possibility. 100% a possibility. So I'm going to check my phone once again and see what's going on in the world of baseball and see if we can get anything else. Any more? Let's see. All right, so Brandon Hoke, the Yankees have asked Mullins for a package that would include Sandy Alcantara and Anthony Bender. Interesting. See, right there is why that would annoy me. Like, there is no... Now, I don't think the Mets need to get Bender because, you could. But why can't the Mets go after Sandy Alcantara and Anthony Bender? Like, why not? So, like, why wouldn't you do that? And now the Yankees are going after Sandy Alcantara now. And still might get Anthony Bender. Let's see. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. Andy Martino said the Mets Sox talk on Robert has cooled since last night. Obviously, there's time to reignite the conversation, but Mullins is a maybe. And, we still haven't really heard much about starting pitching. A couple hours ago, Andy Martino said the Mets are still on starting pitching. I don't see the point of, not going after Sandy Alcantara or anything like that. Like, you can beat a package for the Yankees because I don't think the Yankees are giving up Lombard and Spencer Jones. They'll probably give up one of them, most likely Jones. The Mets can beat that. The Mets can beat that deal. You can put in a guy like Ryan Clifford. You can put in a guy like, you could put Sproat in the deal. I don't know. That would annoy me. Reginald, did John Heyman said that? I didn't see that. Yeah, Yankees got Bednar, yes. I didn't see that, but you could be right. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, guys. And yeah, you just see that. Good job. Who was it? I'm sorry. Reginald, thank you. What did David propose? Cabrera. Beatty, Clifford, and Sproat. Is it though? Is it like for you everybody who likes Acuna? That means Acuna will probably play more second base. At least that's what I would think when it comes to that. I would be okay with that only because Eric Cabrera is under control for 4 more years, and he's been very good this year. And we don't know what Brandon Sproat would be. We don't know that. Again, Clifford is blocked, as I told you guys earlier. He's blocked. He's a corner outfielder, first baseman. If the Mets re-sign Alonso, where is he playing? So Clifford's expendable. Sproat is probably the third best out of McLean and Tong. So would you be willing to give him up? I don't know if Sturge would. And Beatty, I'm fine with giving him up. I said it before. I don't think 4 of these guys in Beatty, Mauricio, Acuna, and Vientos, I don't think all 4 of these guys can remain on this team after the deadline. It does not make sense. Like, we can't keep on sitting guys on the bench and playing them sporadically. It doesn't work. Like, it's just stupid to me. Let's see. A lot of people are staying on X. Excuse me, sorry. That a lot of people getting the feeling the Mets aren't going to do anything else. I mean, a lot of people are starting to feel that that way right now. All right. So, again, the John Heyman report when it comes to Mullins seems like that could be a strong possibility, as the Mets are still really trying to get a center fielder. And again, again, I don't see the Orioles asking for what the White Sox offered for Luis Robert. Like, the Mets were willing to give up Acuna and Clifford, and you come back with Tong? Like, come on. That's crazy. Yeah, so apparently, according to the reports, the Mets offered Acuna and Clifford for Robert, which, I would think it's kind of steep. I mean, that's 2 top 10 prospects right there. But I'd still be okay with that. Those are 2 guys that are blocked at the major league level by multiple guys. So I would have been okay with that. Those are expendable assets. Problem is, the White Sox says, yeah, we want Jonathan. Like, what? Like, what are you talking about here? I guarantee you it was probably the stupidest thing when Stearns heard that. Like, we've been talking for how many days now? You didn't bring up any of our pitches. I gave you a solid deal. Now you want Jonathan? Like, goodbye. Like, stop that. Like, that's crazy. And I'm not sure if they don't get a center fielder if they're going to bring up a Jet Williams. I find it hard to believe they're gonna call up Carson Bench. It would probably be Jet Williams, but I don't see them doing that. I really don't see them doing that. O'Neal Cruz is not happening. They're not trading him. So was it true that Yandy Diaz was pinch hit for? Is that true? And O'Neal Cruz is not a center fielder. Like, they put him in center field, but he's not a center fielder. Like, that's the other problem. Like, you're putting a guy that's not really that good in center field. Robert, appreciate that. Thank you. And that's why, okay, I was reading what somebody said that, he came out of the lineup. I didn't see why. Somebody just posted that. So, okay. I was just about to look at the what happened. Yeah, but Frank, again, we've talked about this numerous times when it comes to about Gilbert. Gilbert and Clifford are corner outfielders. Gilbert is a corner outfielder. Where is he playing? The Mets are already multiple reports are stating that they don't believe he's going to be a center fielder. And while that process has been taking place, Carson Bench, Jet Williams, and Ryan Clifford all surpassed him for the outfield prospect rankings. Like, he's been going downhill. The reason why people are so infatuated with Drew Gilbert because we heard so much about Drew Gilbert in highlights over and over and over again. And that's why we're so obsessed, but nobody's paying attention to what has happened over the last year and a half. Drew Gilbert has slowly been declining in the rankings of the New York Mets. Carson Benz, who was just drafted not too long ago, has been jumped over him and now is beating up AA and probably on the verge of going to AAA. Jet Williams is playing center field more often than not. He jumped over Drew Gilbert. That's the problem. That's why Drew Gilbert is expendable. Same reason why I think Clifford is probably expendable. And it's confirmed, guys. Anthony DeComo, the Mets are requiring Cedric Mullins from the Baltimore Orioles. We got our center fielder, Mets fans. Let's go. Let's go. We got a bat. All right. Thank you, David Stearns. Thank you. Here we go. Let me just put it up there really quick, guys. Give me a second. I'll have that up in a second. All right, here we go. All right, guys. So if you're just tuning in on X or on YouTube, the Mets did get their center fielder pivoted from Luis Robert to Cedric Mullins. The Mets have acquired Cedric Mullins from the Baltimore Orioles. Waiting for the news of what's in the package going back. And if the Mets were willing to give up Acuna and Clifford to the White Sox, I'm pretty sure one of those guys are in that deal. Pretty sure that one of those guys at least are in that deal. All right, Jeff Passan just tweeted it. Multiple reporters are tweeting it. So if you're just tuning in, the Mets just traded for Cedric Mullins. Done deal. Waiting for what's going back to the Orioles. So breaking, waiting for refreshing and seeing what we're getting here. So again, clearly David Stearns wanted Luis Robert, and then he had a pivot because the White Sox were just acting like babies and were asking just way too much. And I'm assuming the reason why the Mets pivoted to the Mullins and was able to get him is because it was probably a little cheaper. So we'll see. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, not bad at all. The Mets got Cedric Mullins for Ramon Gomez, Chandler Marsh, and Anthony Nunez. Good move. And if you want to know who these guys are, give me a second. Let's see. So Ramon Gomez, Chandler Marsh, and Anthony Nunez. Anthony Nunez is your 14th ranked prospect. Now, this changed because it's been going back and forth. Yeah, I don't think these guys are even. And Ramon Gomez, your 30th ranked prospect. So you gave your 14th, your 30th, and unranked prospect. I love it. Beautiful. So you got your center fielder. You got 3 bullpen arms, and you still didn't give anything more than a top 8 prospect. Great job. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, the New York Mets, a little over 2 hours and 20 minutes until the deadline, got their center fielder in Cedric Mullins. Clearly, it was Stearns' second choice, but you needed the center fielder, and that's great. Gomez throws 105. Where's he doing it? In the minors. Like, we're impossible. He's in high A ball. Why do I care about a high A ball guy that's probably not going to be here for the next 2 to 3 years if everything goes right? And again, it's great. He's got good numbers. I understand that. Completely understand that. And actually, he doesn't, by the way. He's gotten worse every single year. he has a, let's see, a 4 point in Brooklyn. He got a 6.95 ERA. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. All right, you didn't give up anything of value, and you just got Cedric Mullins. Like, I'm not going to say, Mike, it's for free, but how do you not make that deal? Would you rather make this deal or for Luis Robert giving up Acuna and Clifford? Now, I do wonder, now that we still haven't given any top 10 prospects except for one for all these deals, are the Mets in on starting pitching? They got less than 2.5 hours until the deadline. Are they in on starting pitching? Mr. David Stearns is aggressive once again, pivoting to one guy to another rather quickly, just like yesterday when they were in on Duran, and when that didn't work out, they went to get Ryan Helsley. That is a GM right there. That is a guy that is doing the right thing. When I say you got to go get people, you got to get better. The Mets are better than they were 2 days ago. There is no mistake in it. Cedric Mullins is better than Tyrone Taylor. Gregory Soto is better than most guys the Mets had. Same thing goes with Tyler Rogers. Same thing. Tyler Rogers is better than Buto. Ryan Helsley better than almost everybody in this bullpen. Probably not better than Diaz, but very close. Like, we've gotten better over the last 2 days. This was a very good move. You basically gave not much. You gave up in total what? 3 top 15 prospects and nothing lower than an 8. I'm on board. That's a good job by David Stearns. Yes, Dolo, we got Mullins. We got Cedric Mullins for, and I'm going to post it in just a second. Give me a second. Bum, bum, bum. All right. All right, here we go. So it's for Ramon Gomez, Chandler Marsh, who is not ranked, by the way, and Anthony Nunez, who is ranked. That was the biggest guy. He was ranked 14th. Gomez was 30th, and Chandler Marsh is not ranked. So there you go. All right, guys. So there we go. There is the trade. Cedric Mullins for Ramon Gomez, Chandler Marsh, and Anthony Nunez. It's a good deal. Like, there is no concern of mine. Like, if you're not happy about this deal, you don't want to win. You care way too much about lower level prospects that are blocked by 47,000 people. It just doesn't make sense. Let's see. I still believe the Mets have one big move coming. I think so too, John. 100%. So I like it. I was thinking, like, should I go live for the Cedric Mullins breaking news? Oh, I'm ready here. All right, guys. What should I do? Let's see. Let's see if it'll let me do it. That'll be fun. Let's see if it works. Sorry if you get a little screeching noise. I do apologize for that, but I think I could do that. All right. It does work. Great. All right. Let's see if I can do this here. This is fun. All right, guys. Give me a second. 1 second. There we go. I just want to see if this is going to work. Haven't tried this before, but it seems fun. Hold on. All right, there we go. That's what I like to see. Beautiful. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to stay on this stream. And, yeah, I'm going to stay on this stream. But I'm also going to do a stream on my phone on YouTube as well, so you guys can pivot. You can stay here, whatever you want to do. Forever's not in here can get the breaking news on that stream. It's going to be a very quick stream, but you're going to hear everything that I'm saying obviously. As like I'm just coming on to a breaking news live stream. So that's going to be fun for you guys. And we're going to do it. Gates, I do appreciate that. Super chat. Thank you for that. I'd like to trade too. Me too. Me too. We didn't give up really nothing. Well, Joel, I mean that's the thing. But again, Joel, if you look at what the Mets gave up for Helsley, is basically similar prospect numbers, guys, that the Mets gave up for Bednar. So there you go. All right, guys. So I'm gonna try to go live here on with the Cedric Mullins thing, and then we go from there. Let's see if this works. This is gonna be fun. See if I can do it. It's gonna be very fun. I haven't tried this before, so it's gonna be very interesting. All right, let's see how I do this. All right, this is gonna be fun. I'll do it like that. Nope, that ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna hold the phone. Alrighty, let's see if it works. I gotta do is make it public. I know that for a fact. There we go. Boom. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, guys. So here we go. I'm going to go live on my phone from another area of the stream, on a different stream, of course. But you get everything here. It's just people who are just not in. Layouts. Beautiful. All right, that kind of works. All right. All right, guys. So here you go. I'm going to go live on the stream right now. It's gonna. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Then we go live, and we'll be good to go. Interesting. And I didn't know I could do this. Don't worry, I'm gonna edit the graphics. Just waiting for people to go into the stream, and we'll be good to go. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, I am live on the Cedric Mullins breaking news to the Mets, as I'm going on live right now on that stream, and I'm still staying here. So you get everything here. If you're here, stay here. Don't worry about it. But it's for the people that are probably not on the stream right now and just saw the breaking news. And we already got over 100 people in this stream right now. Here we go, guys. What's up, Mets fans? Look at this. Look at this. We just acquired our center fielder. The New York Mets did acquire Cedric Mullins from the Baltimore Orioles just now for 3 prospects, and we'll give you the names in just a second. So thank you for tuning in. Right now I'm live on another stream right now on the Mets Trade Watch, as we got the Cedric Mullins news and decided to go live as well for all you guys who might not be on this Trade Watch stream. You are now on the Cedric Mullins breaking news stream as well. So welcome to the channel, guys. Cedric Mullins is the Met. The Mets did pivot from Luis Robert, and they went to Cedric Mullins. They needed a center fielder. No doubt about it. We all understand that. And that's where we are right now. I'm going to change my phone over to this way because it's easier to see the comments. What's up, guys? How is everybody doing? Yeah, guys. So listen up. This is, if you're not on the Trade Watch stream right now and you're on this stream, the Cedric Mullins breaking news, how are you feeling, guys? Like, how are we feeling right now when it comes to the New York Mets and what they got to do? Right? This is what going for it and making your team better is all about. There is no doubt about it, guys. This is what I want. I want to see aggressiveness from David Stearns, and we got it. So I want to know how we feeling. Mets fans, if you're on the stream right now, the breaking news stream, if you're not on the stream, you're on the Trade Watch stream. Listen, guys, how are we feeling? He got the deal done. It's perfect. It's a really good trade. He didn't give up much. He didn't give up much at all. So it is what it is. And I think I have it over here too. Here we go, guys. So I'm going to put that up there. So again, this is the trade right now, guys. If you're on the breaking news stream right now, I am streaming on multiple streams on the same channel. Right now, I've been on for about over 2 hours for the Mets Trade Watch, and we get breaking news that Cedric Mullins is a Met. We know that the Luis Robert Mets White Sox conversations were breaking down, and the Mets clearly wanted to get a center fielder, and with the price for Robert not going down, they could not waste time. There's other teams still needing center fielders and a bat. You can't waste time. If Robert was going to cost too much and it wasn't comfortable for David Stearns, then you go get Cedric Mullins. And they did, right? Obviously, Stearns wanted Robert because I think he was a right-handed hitter, but you're getting 15 home runs and 59 RBIs from Cedric Mullins. That is an upgrade from the 2 home runs and 20-something RBIs from Tyrone Taylor. That is an upgrade. Now, Dolo, here's what I'm going to say with that. And guys, we're on the stream. We got over 300 people in the stream right now for the breaking news with Cedric Mullins. And I'm also talking to over 1,400 people in the stream for the Trade Watch stream. People are talking about what is going to happen with the other guys, Acuna, Vientos. I still think the Mets are going to get a starting pitcher. I think Acuna is going to be a part of a trade for a starting pitcher. I still think so. We just found out that David Stearns is still being aggressive. Guys, once again, did we hear any rumors that the Mets were very much in on Cedric Mullins, right? It was kind of a possibility, they said. Yet, this deal happened right now. So what does that tell you? That don't believe everything you're hearing, right? That's all you have to worry about if you're a Mets fan. David Stearns did something that wasn't widely reported again. He made 4 moves, and I'll update the stream in a little bit. The fact that you get Cedric Mullins for Nunez, Gomez, and Marsh, 2 guys that are ranked in the Mets top 30. One's 30th and the other one's 14th, and Marsh is not rated. That's a great deal. That is a great deal. And if you guys just give me 1 second, I just got to charge my freaking laptop before it dies. Give me 1 second, guys. Lots going on here. All right, there we go. And I'm back. All right, guys. So if you're on the Cedric Mullins breaking news stream, we got our center fielder. We got Cedric Mullins from the Orioles for Gomez, Marsh, and Nunez, a number 14 prospect, the number 30 prospect, and another guy who was not ranked. Solid move. Solid move. Are the Mets done? That is the question. We are nearing 2 hours away from the deadline. Are the Mets going to get a starting pitcher? That is what we have to find out, and we're waiting for. Right now, and I said this earlier, if you were on my stream or on the stream currently on the Mets Trade Watch Live, if the Mets get a bat with these 3 relievers they just got, they're heading towards that A grade for the deadline. If they get a starting pitcher, and I'm not talking about a Paul Blackburn type, I'm talking about Merrill Kelly or better, this is an A+ deadline for the New York Mets. And the Mets have to have an A+ deadline because look what the Padres did. Look what the Phillies did. That is why you have to do what you have to do, because teams in your division, teams in the NL are getting better. I truly think the Mets are not done. Truly believe that. And let's hope they're not. Because finish the job. David Stearns, finish the job, please. That's what I want from David Stearns. You started it. You were aggressive. Finish the job. Let's go. Let's go. Finish it up. A hell of a job by David Stearns over the last 2 days. And you could say the last week by going aggressive and getting Gregory Soto for a lot less than he probably would have cost over the last 2 days. So that's a great job getting Gregory Soto early and being aggressive. Marcus, maybe it's Zach Allen still on there, but I don't think the Mets are not going to get a starting pitcher. I'm feeling more confident now they're getting a starting pitcher, only because I think if you're going to be this aggressive, if you're going for it, David Stearns, the way you go through a deadline is filling the holes on your team. He filled every bullpen hole. He just filled the center field hole by getting Cedric Mullins. There is one more hole, and it is in the starting rotation. And Mullins is a rental, yes. But who cares? Who cares? There's a pretty good chance that either Jet Williams or Carson Bench are going to be your center fielder next year. And again, stop worrying about it if it's a rental. What does he do for us now? Stop concerning yourself about 2026. It doesn't help anybody, right? When we get to the offseason, we can talk about all the rentals that we got, right? These are win now moves. All these guys are rentals. I don't care. I really don't. Yeah, one, it's a possibility. I don't think the Mets would sign him. I think they're very steadfast on either Jet Williams or Carson Bench being their future center fielder, which is fine. And Carson Bench is just tearing up Double-A, and every level of the minor leagues he's quickly ran through, he's been destroying. So that doesn't, we don't know if that's going to translate to the big leagues, but he's on the fast track. So I'm good. I'm happy right now. I think you're right. I think we're at a B+ of a deadline. You get me a starting pitcher that's top 3. This is an A+ deadline, and this is what you need to do. You can't let the Phillies get better, the Cubs get better, the Dodgers get better, and you don't get good enough. The Mets are better today with Cedric Mullins, Gregory Soto, Tyler Rogers, and Ryan Helsley than they were Tyrone Taylor, your center fielder, with Jose Butto, with guys that should not be starting in Tyrone Taylor. We are better today than we were yesterday. It's just that simple. And that is why you go for it, right? There wasn't many bats out there. This is the thing that everybody talks about, right? There wasn't a lot of bats out there. We were talking about Laureano. We were talking about Robert. We were talking about Mullins. We were talking about a lot of guys. But the ultimate goal was to get a center fielder and get a bat. I gave you the numbers from Cedric Mullins. Now that average is around 220. That doesn't excite me. I know people don't care about average, but he has 15 RBI, 15 home runs, and 59 RBIs. He's on pace for about 22, 23 home runs, 20, 22 home runs, and probably around 75 RBI for a team that he played on that was bad. And he was mostly a top of the lineup guy. So that's not bad. He's not as good as he was 2 years ago for the Baltimore Orioles, but it's an upgrade. And wait, the Mets are getting somebody else too? Jesus Christ. Guys, what's going on here? Catch me up. What is going on? I got my phone going right now. Oh, Lord. Tell me, guys, because I can't go off the stream right now. What's going on? Who do we get? We got Adolis Garcia? Really? Adonis Garcia. Help me out, guys. I'm on multiple streams here. I'm going nuts. What do we got? We did get Adolis Garcia. Wow. Really? Get the fuck out of here. That's another bat, guys. That's a DH bat. Holy Christ. Wow. No, really? No. Hold on, guys. Whoa, hold on. You guys are for real? Mike Rodriguez tweeted it. That scares me a little bit. Hold on. Whoa. Holy shit, Google just popped up. Yo! Wow. You gotta be kidding me. Guys, we got breaking news on a Cedric Mullins breaking news. Wow. David Stearns, bow. Give yourself a bow. Yo. And let me just confirm this, guys. That's crazy. All right, we got the Cedric Mullins things. Okay. Yep. It's looking like it. Holy Christ. This I know it's Mike Deportes, but he's kind of been iffy. I'm waiting for somebody else. That's crazy. Yo. Hold on. Yeah, Mike Rodriguez. That's crazy. Like, hold on. I gotta really see. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm keep on looking down, but I'm trying to figure this out. Because I only see Mike Rodriguez right now and nothing else. So, like, interesting. Keep me posted in the chat, guys, because I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm also trying to, talk to everybody in 2 different streams. So I don't want to be that guy that just, says nothing. Let's see. That's crazy. If that's true, that's nuts. That is insane. All right. I'm not going to keep looking. You guys got to keep me posted here. If you only see Mike Rodriguez, Correa to the Astros, I heard that today too, that was going to happen. So, guys, as we are on the Mets trade watch right now with over 1,500 people, 677 on the Cedric Mullins stream. Breaking news. By the way, we got Cedric Mullins. By the way, very possible that we just got Adolis Garcia from the Rangers. Now, only Mike Rodriguez reported that, and he's not a complete bum of a reporter. He's, Spanish reporter, and he's been right on a couple of things, but I'm waiting for the passing bomb, or at least Heyman or somebody that, that would be crazy. That's another bat. So that means Vientos is probably gone, right? Because where's Garcia playing? He ain't playing the outfield. He's going to be a DH. Juan, what are you not feeling about that? Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand the Rangers situation. And my guy Tim just said something. Hold on. Yeah, see, he just posted Mike Rodriguez as well. All right. So, yeah, but if he's 32, he's not playing the field. He's going to be DHing most likely. And it is confirmed that Correa is going back to Houston. Damn, the Twins just blew it all up, huh? They sent a ton of money the other way. Well, Dwayne, but again, Garcia's not playing so right field over Soto. Now, if Soto's going to be DHing for a little while, if he's going to play and he's only going to DH, then Garcia makes sense playing right field. So that's another situation that you have to look at. Well, I agree. And again, guys, Adolis Garcia is a World Series champion. Like, don't take that for granted. Well, Cindy, here's the problem. If that is true, right? If the Mets get Adolis Garcia, the Mets are clearly giving up major league talent. And it could be Mark Vientos. It could be Acuna. Because again, if Juan Soto's playing right field and you got Nimmo in left, where is Garcia playing? He's only going to be a DH and occasionally play the outfield. So Vientos has to be in the deal. That's the only thing I can think of, because that doesn't make sense for the Rangers, who are a game and a half out. I mean, it's not like the Rangers made massive moves at this deadline. And we're still waiting, guys. Again, there's no confirmation here. We only got one report from Mike Rodriguez, who is a Spanish reporter, but there's no confirmation yet by anybody else. So we're just waiting. We're just waiting right now what it is. So again, guys, you're in the chat. I'm on my phone on the Cedric Mullins breaking news. I'm on my laptop with 1,500 people and 700 people. Like, you guys are amazing. I'm on 2 different streams right now, trying to catch up on everything. So I don't have a lot of access to everywhere. So if you got any information, let me know. And I'm trying to check my phone as easy as possible. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. All right. So we do know. Well, Dwayne, I don't think it's a fake trade, because I don't see Mike Rodriguez, because again, he's got stuff right before. So, like, I'm not gonna just completely blow it off. Like, I didn't even know. I'm on the Cedric Mullins breaking news stream along with the Trade Watch stream, and somebody just said the Mets got Garcia. I'm like, from the Adolis Garcia from the Rangers? Oh, okay. So Fireblazing, someone posted the New York Mets are finalizing a deal to acquire Adolis Garcia from the Rangers. Sources tell ESPN. That is nuts. All right, guys, I got to figure this out. So hang with me. I'm trying to get all this information here. Let's see. All right, hold on, guys. We're trying to figure this out here while I'm live on 2 different streams. I do apologize for the quiet and looking down. I'm just trying to figure out if this is true or not. Because weird. Just give me a second. Yeah, I mean, this guy got 25,000 followers. And he is an MLB insider. He's a broadcaster analyst for the Chicago Cubs in Spanish. So it's not like he's not in the know. Like, he might be very close to certain people that know Garcia in the Spanish community. So, I'm not gonna. And again, he spelled breaking news wrong, but he tried to get this out before anybody else. So I'm not gonna kill him for the spelling. This isn't an arson judge situation. I'm just trying to figure it out, guys. Hang with me, guys. Hang with me. And Correa's back to Houston. That is kind of cool, actually. Well, that's what I'm saying, Fireblazing. That's why, like, if it was for, like, I'm not trying to bring up race here, but if this was for some white dude, like, that's getting traded, I'm not going to go crazy on, But he has been right on line. Wasn't he one of the guys that broke that the Mets are signing Carlos Correa before anybody else? Wasn't he one of those guys? That's how Mike Rodriguez got, like, big. Everybody started to know him. He was right about Soto and Correa. You're right about that. So again, we're still trying to figure out, Keegan. I'm trying to figure it out, trying to refresh like crazy. I'm really trying to figure everything out here, guys, on the go. So I do apologize, but I'm definitely trying to figure things out here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dola. He's clicked in with the Spanish players, so that's why I'm not just, he can know before anybody else. He might have, because again, guys, sometimes these guys know, are very close to agents and stuff like that as well. So interesting, very interesting. I'm just trying to figure it out right now. Like, I want to know. All right, let's just see what's going on. Let's just go. People are going crazy right now. It's so funny. All right, guys. So I'm trying to figure it out. Again, there's these guys like MLB Rooms, MLB Rumors on X and stuff like that. They start posting stuff as well, and it was around the same time. And then, Martino just posted the Mets are most likely done at the trade deadline. But again, yeah, I think we got to sit and wait a little bit. And Houston, with just getting Correa back, they are trying hard for a Kelly, Alcantara, Cease, and possibly even trying to go after Stephen Kwan. So, all right, guys. So we're going to go back to what is actually going on. All right. So if you're on the stream, the breaking news stream with Cedric Mullins, I do appreciate it. This was a quick breaking news here. But during this breaking news with Cedric Mullins, the Mets, apparently there was a rumor or a tweet that said the Mets are on the verge again of Dallas Garcia. That came out of nowhere. I was just trying to do a breaking news for Cedric Mullins. So if you're on the stream with Cedric Mullins, and there's about 700 of you in X and YouTube, which is awesome, I'm going to be on my Trade Watch show for the next hour and 45 minutes. So when I end this Cedric Mullins stream, head over there and we can continue the conversation, because it's not easy talking to both sides here. It's crazy. It's going nuts. I'm going nuts. And then I got to try to read all this news, seeing if it's true or not. All right. So Cedric Mullins traded to the Mets for Ramon Gomez, Chandler Marsh, and Anthony Nunez. 14th ranked prospect, 30th ranked prospect, and an unranked prospect. So thank you guys for tuning in to the breaking news. Mets acquiring Cedric Mullins. They get their center fielder. Are the Mets done? Still got 2 hours to go, guys. Adolis Garcia. Is that true? Is that not? Head over to the Mets Trade Watch show. I'll be on there for another 2 hours, guys. Let's go Mets. We got our center fielder. And I'll see you on the Mets Trade Show, guys. Let's go. All right, guys. All right. I think we're okay now. All right. So we're back to one stream now. God, that's not as easy as I thought it would be. I'm sorry, guys. That just came. Yeah, Passing didn't report it. That's why I was like, wait. Because, again, I was doing 2 streams. So I wasn't sure. And it is fake. I'm not surprised. Because I don't understand how that made sense at all, to be honest. But I'm going to update the board here. So we get Cedric Mullins. I just want to update the board so whoever's tuning in or knows what's going on. All right. Make that a different color. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm just fixing everything here. All right. All right. I'm losing room over here, guys. All right, just give me a second. Just working it out here. So once again, guys, the Mets, they get Cedric Mullins. The breaking news is on your screen right now. I'm just fixing the graphic over here so we can get all the information that we need. All right. There we go. Alrighty, there we go. Anthony Nunez. That's 1. Ramon Gomez. And I'll just put it to the side. Why not? Screw it. And the other one was Marsh. Yes, Chandler Marsh. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm working overtime over here. Chandler Marsh. Okay. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now I'm going to set it up and we'll be good to go. Just give me about 2 more minutes and I'll be right back with you guys. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, Cedric Mullins has been traded to the Mets for 3 prospects of the Mets that are currently on your screen. And I'm going to have it up and updated in just a second. Just give me a moment, and we'll be ready to go. And we will just continue to see if the Mets are done. And if they are, it's a very fine deadline. If they aren't, it's even better. And we still got 2 hours of craziness, guys. All right, let's see. All right, interesting. All right. I'm going to update the screen right now and the graphic. All right. It's going to come up just now. It's just processing and loading. All right. Should be popping up just now. All right. It's on your screen, guys. There you go. So I can remove this now, as everybody can see. So once again, the New York Mets did acquire their center fielder, Cedric Mullins, for Anthony Nunez, Ramon Gomez, and Chandler Marsh. A nice move. I like that. I think it's a very solid move, especially when the White Sox are asking for ridiculous numbers. Okay, so the New York Mets are not traded for Adolis Garcia. Daniel Alvarez Montes. I'm assuming he's a Rangers reporter. All right, so he's a Venezuelan director of some type of baseball stuff. He's a legit reporter. So it's false. The Astros are acquiring Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins for Ryan Gusto. The Rangers just got left-hander Danny Colomé from Minnesota. Let's see. Yep. Right now, we'll see. All right, so Martino just tweeted about 12 minutes ago, Yanks might not be done, Mets feel most likely done. So what happened? Yankees got Jake Bird from the Angels. Okay, well, that's okay. CD, I agree. The worst thing that is these fake news things. It's so annoying. Like, we just got Cedric Mullins, and then you heard Adolis Garcia. Like, it kind of sounded, it felt true only because Stearns has been aggressive. So, well, Cindy, that's the thing. I don't trust Martino when it comes to that, because he's been so off with these guys. Like, everybody seems to trust Andy Martino, but yet he didn't know about the Rogers situation, didn't know about Helsley, didn't know about Cedric Mullins. He basically reported it after basically the Mets were basically out on Robert. So Caesar, as of right now, no, but you still got a little under 2 hours until the deadline. So I don't know. So we'll see. But again, Andy Martino is the only one that posted that and reported that. Nobody else has. So we'll see. Again, we still got an hour, just over an hour and a half. Right now, guys, I'm asking you right now. Yep, Robert, nice piece for the Rangers. Again, Colomé was an option for the Mets, but the Mets decided to go to the Gregory Soto route. No, me neither, Marcus, because there's been so many times where Martino, remember during the winter when we were trying to get Soto, how many times he says that the Mets are not the favorites for Soto? Like, and when he says they think the Mets are not getting him, and we get Soto. So we'll see. Well, that's the thing, Chris. The Mets have been so quiet about all this stuff. Everything that has happened hasn't been reported constantly, where like the Luis Robert thing was so like up our butts every second of every day for like 2 weeks. And then all these things happened and nothing was widely reported that the Mets are close on this deal, the close on that deal. The only time we heard about Ryan Helsley was about 5 minutes before we heard the deal was done. Oh, John Hamer reports, oh, the Mets are close to acquiring Helsley. What? We didn't even hear rumors about that. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to go there. Again, very solid deadline for David Stearns. He 95, well, let's say the majority of the holes on his team, he filled. The bullpen, he filled. I think he did over what I thought he was going to do. I did not expect 3 arms. I didn't. I expected 1 for sure, 2 possible, 3 pipe dream. Well, we smoking that good stuff, guys, because he got us 3 bullpen arms, legit bullpen arms. No, Peter, it was fake news. Not Adolis Garcia. And the Mets just got Cedric Mullins. For, again, I color-coded it so you guys can see who was traded for who. And look, it's quantity, quality over quantity. That's what this is. Well, Chris, I agree with you. And let me just see the comments working. Okay. Oh, sorry. Chris, I agree with you 100%, buddy. But I don't know if the Mets are going to bring these guys up and throw them in the rotation. I just don't feel like he's going to do that. Now, will he be forced to if Clay Holmes keeps on shitting the bed? Maybe. Well, Daniel, that's the thing. And again, this should be a prospect huggers and a non-prospect hugger, like, euphoria. They haven't given up guys that nobody wanted to give it up. The only one that was kind of iffy was Drew Gilbert. That was where some people were kind of like, But other than that, like, and Jesus Baez, like, which is a top 10 prospect, but again, very much blocked in this organization. He's a shortstop third baseman. How many more third basemen do we need on this team? Lindor's our shortstop, so he's expendable. Drew Gilbert probably wasn't expendable a year and a half ago, but because of Carson Bench, because of Jet Williams, and because of Ryan Clifford ascending in this farm system, Drew Gilbert became expendable. So that's where we are. And it's okay. JSW, well, see, here's the problem. If the Mets are going to bring up a McLean or a Sproat to fill up the rotation, I don't think Clay Holmes can go into the pen. Where is Clay Holmes going into this pen? So I don't know. Well, Fireblazer, I don't think they're moving Williams, and I think that's the problem right now, is the fact that starting pitching is hard to come by. It's not going to be cheap. That even goes for rentals. So if rentals are going for expensive for starting pitching, what do you think guys that are under control are going to be going for? Like the Sandy Alcantara, like the Mitch Keller, like the Edward Cabrera. Merrill Kelly is not going to be cheap. So we'll see. I'm just trying to see what else is going on, guys, because we got an hour and a half left. It's kind of getting to crunch time. DeGrom deserves a World Series rings with the Mets. Yeah, I think he's okay with the World Series ring with the Rangers that he had nothing to do with. He's got his nice little ranch in Texas. He's fine. Is Mullins going to hit fifth? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know. He might bat ninth. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that's going to work, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, but Mario, how many of these guys go 5 innings? Let's be honest. David Peterson's the only one that goes past 6 innings. Clay Holmes now can't get out of the 4th inning. You know, Kodai Singh is a hit or miss, but he's basically a 5-inning pitcher on his best day. Like, yeah, well, leadoff hitter? I mean, in retrospect, yes. But Mullins this year hasn't put the bat on the ball enough to consider him being a leadoff hitter. And Nimmo has been very good in the leadoff spot. But I'm not going to be against it. Try it. I mean, I can only see him batting leadoff or ninth. I don't see him batting fifth. I mean, he's not a power guy. He's not a big run producer, even though he's got 59 RBIs. I mean, he's probably going to have between 75 and 80 RBIs by the end of the year. So Alcantara, see, of course the Mets. Oh, so Miami asked for Spencer Jones and Alcantara, and the Yankees said no. See, I think the Mets, the Padres just got Laureano and O'Hearn. Jesus Lord, man, this is going crazy. San Diego Padres are a deal to acquire first baseman Ryan O'Hearn and outfielder Laureano. The Padres are giving up all their goddamn prospects, man. It's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing over the last couple of years. All right, here we go. Let's see what that deal is going to be. Yeah, I still feel like the Mets are not them. Yeah, I still find it hard to believe with the Rangers selling anybody. They're a game and a half out. Let's see. I'm just trying to refresh everything, guys. So I apologize for that. Rob, what do you think is going to happen with Acuna or other guys if we don't trade them? I don't know. I just don't know how it's going to work. Like now you got Cedric Mullins, so you got your center fielder. So where is Jeff McNeil going? That's why I think another trade is happening. And let's just talk about that part, right? You just got a center fielder now. So that whole talk about McNeil playing center field and Tyron Taylor going back to the bench is not happening now. So who's playing second base? You got Beatty, you got McNeil. You got Mauricio, you got Vientos at third. Like somebody's going to DH. So let's just say Mauricio got third, Vientos is going to DH, Mullins is in center. What is Beatty and McNeil? Is Beatty not playing anymore? And McNeil's going to play center field? I mean, second base, excuse me. Is a trade on the horizon where Beatty's a part of the deal? Because I think it's ultimately true. Beatty's probably going to lose the most time here. Yeah, but 18, why are you giving Mullins a breather? He's 30 years old and he's a lefty, just like Jeff McNeil. They're both lefties, so that doesn't make sense. And exactly, I just talked about Beatty and McNeil for second, and Vientos and Mauricio for third, and somebody's going to DH. So Acuna has nowhere to play, and either Beatty or Vientos, somebody's DHing, but they all can't be on the roster. That's the problem. The Garcia news is not true, guys. Just so everybody knows, the Adalis Garcia news is fake. The Cedric Mullins is real. So, again, this is what we're working around here. You get a center fielder. There is too many guys on this roster that are not playing. Yeah, exactly. When Marte's here, so where's he playing? I mean, he could be a bench guy. That's fine. But Winker might be coming back too at some point. Like, I don't know where all these guys are on this team. I don't know. It's weird. Acuna is not playing second base over Beatty. It's just not happening. Acuna has shown no offense. And that's why I think the Mets are in on Alcantara. Or Edwin Cabrera, one of those pitchers. Because it doesn't make sense. If they got their center fielder, McNeil's not playing center field anymore. McNeil has been a very good bat for us. He has to play. He's going to play second. So that leaves Acuna, Beatty, Vientos, and Mauricio for third base. It looked like it's going to be Mauricio. So Vientos or Beatty is going to DH. Acuna is still left in the wilderness. So either Beatty or Vientos with Acuna aren't playing if somebody's going to be DHing. Two of those guys are not playing. One, and I agree. I do think that's the case. Like, it's a logjam right now. It really is. Like, do we have too many guys on our roster right now? Like, I'm trying to figure out, because some of these guys were on the 40-man, so there might be spots on the 40-man. But 18 Mets, they don't care. They don't. Remember, guys, a couple of years back, for years, the Mets, remember Luzardo for Beatty? The Marlins were willing to do that. The Mets said no. So the Marlins don't care. The Marlins want to get rid of guys that are arbitration eligible, that are making money. Any type of arbitration money, they don't want to deal with. So if the Mets give you the best package, they're doing it. And I'm agreeing with Juan here when it comes to, I think Stearns is being aggressive here. Because look at the roster right now. Yeah, the Padres just got much better. Much better. Like, they got much better. No, I understand that 18 Mets, but Luzardo was one of the better left-handers at the time. Before his injuries, he was one of the top guys as well. It was Alcantara and Luzardo 1-2. Luzardo was a solid number 2. Like, that is a legit starter. Like, I don't think they care who they send them to. It's not going to make them win or lose anyway. So they don't care. So overall, this roster really doesn't make sense right now. Considering the fact that, again, McNeil is now your second baseman, or at least what we're all thinking. Mullins is your center fielder. McNeil's not getting traded anywhere because he's a utility guy. He can play second. He can play third, left, right, center. So Stearns loves those type of guys. McNeil's not going anywhere. Okay, they transferred Jesse Winker to the 60 deal. That's what I'm saying. So something else is going on here. There's something brewing over here. Moving Jesse Winker to the 60-day IL clears a roster spot. So it's going to be interesting. So I don't know. And Kev, yes, the Mets, they get Mullins. For basically, I'm not going to say nothing, but for non-top 10 prospects. They gave up a 14th, a 30th, and an unranked prospect. So we're good there. Yeah, Mullins needs a roster spot. And let me just double check. Let me just see something here, guys. Hold on. Okay, hold on. And by the way, guys, nobody really knows what's going on with, Like Correa's an Astro again, but nobody knows what's in the deal going back to the Twins, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. Mike Garcia, man, he's getting destroyed right now. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna not give credit to Stearns because that's not fair. I'm not just gonna say, oh, Cohen made him do it. I'm not saying that at all. But for an official first trade deadline where David Stearns is not just evaluating prospects like he was last year, I like that he was aggressive. He's been aggressive this whole trade deadline. Well, the Mets had 2 open roster spots prior to after the Rogers trade, they had 2 open spots. So I guess that's Helsley and Mullins, if I'm not mistaken, on the 40-man. 18 Mets. I would be okay with giving one of the top 3 pitcher prospects. Now, do I have a favorite leaning towards 1 or even 2? Yeah. Like if we can throw Sproat in the trade and let's say Acuna and pick somebody else, Ryan Clifford, I do that. Because your next missing piece, your only missing piece left is the starting pitcher. I'd have to do that. In my opinion, I have to do that, guys. Have to do that. I know you wouldn't want. I know you wouldn't. But again, he's not good this year. Like that is your biggest gripe. Like you like the Cedric Mullins trade. He hasn't been good this year. Why do you like the Cedric Mullins deal? He hasn't been good. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's a reason why people are going after Alcantara. Why people are going Edward Cabrera. You know, I know you're talking about Merrill Kelly. And again, this is the thing. It's very quiet on the Mets front. Yeah, I understand we gave up nothing for Mullins, but Mullins hasn't been good this year. I think you're overhyped. You're not giving enough credit to what Alcantara can still be. You're really not. And yeah, exactly. 18 just said it. Did you see Alcantara's last 2 starts? Been really good. So if we're gonna go with recency bias, he's been good in his last 2 starts. Well, yeah, I think so too. I think changes scenery as a person. Yeah, okay, but again, you're overlooking the ERA situation. Again, he plays on a shitty team. Like, I know the Mullins have played better, but again, I truly think that getting him in the lab, getting him on another team and change his scenery, I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be more than okay. I can guarantee he'll be better than Holmes. And this guy's already going deeper into games. Like that is step 1 to acquiring a rotation arm. Can somebody go past the 5th inning consistently? Like I just don't understand the hate with Alcantara. Like we all agree that Merrill Kelly is fine. And clearly Stearns doesn't care if they're a rental. But again, Merrill Kelly is going to cost you as a rental. I'd rather give up a little bit more knowing I have a control over Alcantara for the next couple of years. Mothman, they do have something. Like they replenished after trading for Soto. They got a ton of prospects back from the Yankees. Now, you don't think they're very exciting prospects, but it bolsters you, it brings the depth of your farm system back and helped you out a little bit. And again, the Padres are in the same position, in my opinion, than the Phillies. They're getting older. They spent a ton of money. A lot of guys are free agents. They're trying to win. That's why when I talked about the Phillies, you got to be careful with the Phillies because, again, maybe the Phillies are done, maybe not. I think they're going to get another bullpen arm. 110%. But let's not act like you're not examining every pitcher with the right arm. He had Tommy John surgery. He didn't have shoulder rotator cuff surgery or something even worse. He has Tommy John surgery that 90% of baseball pitchers have had. And if they don't have it, they will get it. That's a fact. So I don't think it's about worrying about the injury. And I said this before, and this is me being 100% honest with you guys. I think the Marlins aren't fixing what the issue is with Alcantara, in my opinion. Why do I say that? Because coming back from Tommy John surgery, the last thing that always comes back is location, right? The velocity is kind of like the first thing that you see kind of, oh, okay, I'm throwing my 96, 97, 98. That's my point. Why I don't think you could look at the numbers and say, Alcantara's bad, I don't want him. He has a 6 ERA. The Marlins have a lot to do with that, in my opinion. I truly believe that. And again, I'm not saying Alcantara's going to come here and be DeGrom. By no means am I saying that. But I'm very confident he's going to be better than Montas. He's going to be better than Holmes. And I'm going to go a little bit further and saying I think he's going to be better than probably Kodai Senga. Because, again, we don't just need a good pitcher. We need somebody to give you length. And look at his starts. 5, 6. I think he went 7 the other day. He consistently does this. Like, the stats, I get people looking at the stats. I completely understand that. Yeah, but again, what are you so concerned about giving up? Like, what is your concern? What is your concern? What is it? Who are you so concerned about giving up? I think the Mets can give up Acuna, Clifford, and let's say Brandon Sproat. Because I think the Mets are really, really don't want to touch Tong and McLean. Yeah, but seriously, if Minaya is here for the next 3 years, right? David Peterson is part of this guy. And Morning Beer, is that true? Mets are getting Zach Gallen. Is that like factual? Is that just something popped up? And now the Astros are trying to land Dylan Cease. What are the Padres doing? I don't understand what's going on. Like, I don't understand the Padres. They're trading Dylan Cease, but they just got all these guys. Like, I'm so confused. Yeah, the Padres are on drugs, man. Must be that California wildfires or something. Jesus Christ. I don't understand that, man. That's insane. Like you get O'Hearn's first baseman, you get Laureano. That's fine. That helps. Obviously, your offense, everything. But you're trading one of your starters? Like, you're really going to trust the Yu Darvishes of the world and like that? That's crazy, man. Holy Christ. Like, I don't understand how that just helps the Padres. That's crazy, man. That is, I don't understand, man. I don't get it. I'm so confused right now. I'm just refreshing again, guys. Okay, so Michael Barron, right? Michael Barron is co-executive with Just Mets. He's been a writer for years and all that stuff. This is what I've been talking about. With Cedric Mullins in the fold, there's even a bigger infield logjam with Luis Acuna, Vientos, Beatty, Jeff McNeil, etc. They also have to work in Starling Marte and Tyron Taylor as obviously one of your bench pieces, outfield bench pieces. Like, I just don't see the Mets not being done. They got to get a starter. They got to release some of these guys. They got to use some of these guys in a deal. It just doesn't make mathematical sense. Two guys are not playing. Like, you got Marte, you got Taylor. They're not DFAing Taylor. No way. No way. He's too valuable defensively. Especially if Mullins is gonna be your center fielder, he's gonna be a really good center fielder. Have no problem with that. Like, if you want to take Nimmo out for defensive purposes, have a better arm in left field late in games, you can put Tyron Taylor in left field. They would get rid of Marte before they get rid of Taylor, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not worried about, but you know what? Taylor hasn't done the job. Like, easy. Come on. I don't believe they're worried. I don't think so. I think do you trust Acuna or Taylor in center field at any given moment or in any outfield position? And this is the other reason why. If Taylor is not playing, he's on the bench, which means he can play all three outfield positions. We don't know if Acuna can play center field. He makes it one diving catch, and now he's really amazed. Like, come on. And I agree. I don't think the Mets are done. I don't believe they are. I'm not answering 18. I'm guys. There's 1,700 people on X and on YouTube. It's not easy catching up to comments. I promise you. Like, as soon as somebody writes, another 30 comments fly by, and I'm trying to look at the camera as well. If I just look down like this, you're gonna see my head, my big ass head. I don't want you to see my big ass head constantly. All right, you get to see my Juan Soto shuffle, neon Shea Stadium cap. I don't want you to see the top of my head for no reason. Let's see. And I truly think that, yeah, but does Pablo Lopez move the needle? Like, I'm going to look at his stats. I'm not going to say, that I looked at his stats because I haven't. And clearly Pablo Lopez is probably available, considering the Twins are in a fire sale mode right here. All right, let's see. Yeah, he's had a good season. That could be a possibility. How many games has he thrown? Well, he was injured this year. He's only thrown 11 games, 60 innings. Like, so that's what you want, and he's been good. Like, when he's pitched, he's been good, 2.82 ERA. But he's hurt. Like, that's the problem. Like, he's hurt. Like, what that kind of takes it out. That's why you haven't heard his name, because he's hurt. I think he would have been a pretty good target for a lot of teams. But again, guys, we're nearing an hour until the deadline. We're nearly 3.5 hours until we got an hour until the deadline, because the deadline's at 6 o'clock, not 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. The Mets have made 4 trades over the span of a week. They've made 3 trades in a span of 24 hours. They got Tyler Rogers. They got Ryan Helsley. And they just got Cedric Mullins. And we do have an hour and 10 minutes left, guys. Not 10 minutes. 6 p.m. deadline. 6 p.m. Right now, a lot of the starting pitchers, Dylan Cease, I think that's confirmed, right? He just went to the Astros. And I have a feeling the Cubs might be getting somebody right now, guys. So, and somebody put up a stat with Cedric Mullins. He's batting .429 and over 1,000 OPS at Citi Field. It's kind of weird that nobody knows what the Twins got back for Correa. We still don't have word on that, which is crazy. Ethan, I tend to agree with you guys. Once again, guys, if you're tuning in to the Mets Trade Watch right here on the channel and on X, we've consistently been over 1,600 viewers on both platforms for the last 3 hours. Like, it's been constant 1,600 or more. Depending on where you're watching, on X, on YouTube, doesn't matter. I appreciate it. But if you are on X, please support the channel if you've been watching for a while and hit that subscribe button. If you don't mind, I appreciate that. Hit that like button as well. And, I just don't do trade rumors or watch parties for the trade deadline. I do pregame, postgame, series recaps, all that stuff, Mets Talk Lives and all that stuff during off days as well. So you just don't get what you see now. You get pregame shows, postgame shows, Mets Talk Live shows on off days, series recaps, all that fun stuff as well. Well, we got 53 games left to go of the season. The Mets are a half a game up on the on the division, as the Phillies lost yesterday. Obviously, the Mets are off today for this deadline, along with a lot of other teams. So it's basically focus on what your team can do to get better. And as of right now, the Mets have got 4 guys to fill holes that were a problem. And that starts with center field. I thought more than anything else, this team needed a center fielder. Cedric Mullins is better than Tyrone Taylor offensively. Now, we can have an argument in regards to defense, but Mullins is perfectly. The last few days, he's made 2 amazing catches. He can get to it. He's got tremendous speed, which is also going to help the Mets, by the way. The Mets are already damn good stealing bases. Cedric Mullins is going to help that. John, I don't know what that means, but I think that's a compliment. I don't know what to say about that, but. And somebody just posted, we come such a long way since Daniel Vogelback. I totally agree. Let's see. I'm just trying to keep on refresh and see if we can get some. Sal, you're funny. All right. I'm just looking to see if there's anything new. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to the Mets Trade Watch Live right here on the channel, as we are ticking away little over just an hour and 4 minutes left until the 6 p.m. deadline. And are the Mets done? Right? There was rumors for hours since I started the stream that Luis Robert was the Mets' top target. The price was ridiculously stupid. Like, the Mets offered Acuna and Clifford for Luis Robert. And they said, no, we wanted Jonah Tong. And the Mets were like, no, sorry, click. And then they pivoted to Cedric Mullins. And they gave up what they gave up. Again, it's all color-coded, guys. The Mets got these guys, and they traded those guys for the guys that we acquired. And the targets are on the right. Again, there's other targets that I didn't put down. I didn't put Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen because, now again, when we haven't heard news about these guys or any player, all of a sudden the Mets seem to get them, like the 4 guys that are on the left right now. So it is possible that Kelly and Gallen are very much a possibility, and nobody's talking about it. We heard about Cabrera. We heard about Alcantara. We even heard about, other pitchers, Keller. But it's going to be crazy. Quick, still in shock that this team is aggressive and addressing needs. I know, me too. And you're a Jet fan and a Met fan, so I feel your pain. I'm not a Jet fan, but I understand my father is, so. But yeah, I'm shocked as well. Again, if you've been on the channel for a while, especially this year, I've said for a while, I'm not gonna give. I didn't bury Stearns. I says I'll give credit where credit's due. If he does what he needs to do at the deadline and be aggressive, he's aggressive. So he's getting a ton of credit. Now we still got an hour to go, and he can make this very happy end of a stream if he goes out and get a pitcher. He's been aggressive. I give him a lot of credit. He fills multiple holes this team needed. The reinforcements are here as we start our homestand tomorrow. It's ready to go, and a lot of Jeff fans in there. All right, I like it. Again, and a couple of Bills fans. I see you. And I'm sorry, guys. I know you all guys are gonna hate me, especially Giant fans. I'm a Cowboys fan. All right, I got my Cowboys helmet right here behind me. I am a Cowboys fan. Don't laugh. All right, I grew up in the 90s. Right, sorry. I grew up in the 90s. You all know about the Cowboys in the 90s. So you quick. I don't blame you. Right? I'll unsubscribe to myself. I hate that I'm a Cowboys fan. Look what I deal with. But yeah, I grew up in the 90s. My grandfather was a big Cowboys fan. Sundays, I always found a way by his house. And he used to watch football games all the time. And he never watched anything else but the Cowboys. And I was always there on Sundays. I didn't have a choice. I was a kid. And he said, sit down, watch football. And it was always the Cowboys. So I fell in love with the Michael Irvins, the Deion Sanders, the Aikmans, the Smith. That's what I did. Like that's it is what it is. Like, look, we love who we love. Like, seriously, go back in time. Do you all want to be Met fans? If you go back and say, hey, kid, of your younger self, and say, hey, don't be a Mets fan. It's a lot easier being another fan of a team. Right? like it's the same thing. So, like, I was young. I was vulnerable. The same way I was a Met fan. Like, you think I was a Met fan because I turned on the TV and wanted to watch the Mets? No. My dad, most of my family are Mets fans. Not, you kind of got, born into it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people who were probably, teenagers when the Mets won in 86, like my father, I think he was 20 something or a little bit younger than that. That's how you become fans. And my dad was a fan before that, obviously, because he was around when the Mets won in 69. He was very young, but he was still around. So, yeah, Kev, you know what? I'd rather be born and have championships like the dynasty. Like, but still, I understand. Mets, Jets, Nets, and Sabres. That's okay. I can see that. Yeah, your life does suck with that. But hey, somebody's got to win, right? A lot of sarcasm in that comment, by the way. Oh, that's funny. All right. Now I got to charge my phone, you see? So I've been on stream here for 3.5 hours. I've been on... I went breaking news with Cedric Mullins on my phone on another stream on the channel. Like, this is a crazy day. And I want to give a shout out to my boy Wayne, another one of my coworkers. If you tuned in earlier, the first hour of the show, my coworker Tim, who's a big Mets fan, that I work with. That's my coworker, obviously. He's a big Met fan. He was on the show. We were talking about this. This is before the Mullins trade. I don't even think much trades went down, big ones yet. It was a couple of little ones, but he was on the show. He's doing a show with his brother, I think right now, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I'm gonna text him just to know what exact name is, so I get it right. Hold on. Give me a second. All right, hold on. All right, here we go. Hold on. Yep. Okay, so let me just get this correct. I just want to get it right. Just want to make sure. All right. I'm going to find out. But he's doing a show right now with his twin brother. The last couple of hours, 3 hours of the trade deadline. So, yeah. So he gave some insight as well. I want to give a shout out to my coworker, Wayne, who went back to New York, was in the old haunting grounds and went to a hat place and found this beauty. Obviously is the Soto Shuffle Shea Stadium neon lights, which he took a picture and I said, get that for me. Fuck the price. And it wasn't cheap, I tell you that. And unfortunately, and I feel really bad about this, by the way, unfortunately, but I didn't know. So, but I'll take some blame. We all follow or probably know about Athlete Logos, right? He does all these great artwork, all that stuff, right? Now, apparently, New Era, I think he's posted this on X, so I'm not breaking any news here, but New Era and a couple of hat companies kind of like stole his design and even his company design and logo, and it's on the hat right there by the foot. And I didn't know that when I asked my friend, I'm like, hey, yeah, get me that hat. I don't care about the price. I want that hat. I thought just because I saw it right away. When I saw the hat, I saw the logo of Athletes Logos, and I'm like, oh shit, he got a deal with them. That's what I thought, because I'm not gonna help a multi-billion-dollar company when I can help Athlete Logos, who's a cool person and does great work, right? I rather pay money on a small business end, and I pay a little bit more just for that. So unfortunately, I didn't know, and I hope he finds a way to, get what he deserves. But I didn't know. It's an awesome hat, and it's his design, so he's gonna get credit for this hat. Like everybody knows, Athlete Logos. Check him out on X. He's on social media. He does a lot of great artwork. If you don't know, and he does shirts, signs, all types of cool stuff. So if he's watching or he sees this on X and people know him, from the bottom of my heart, I apologize. I did not know that they stole your design and they started selling merchandise. Fucked up. So unfortunately, I didn't know. I really didn't, and it sucks because I'd rather give him my money than a multi-billion-dollar company. So anything else going on? All right, let's see. Let's go here. All right, so we got 54 minutes left, guys, and it's time to check out more. Scrolling. I said my thumbs hurt, my head hurts, my finger. I can't wait to eat. I'm not even gonna lie. I can't wait to just have a dinner. Oh, really? He thinks the Padres are done. Good for him. Go, man. I hope so. Like, that would just put the icing on the cake. That would put the cherry on top, right? We already got the icing on the cake, right? We baked the cake with the bullpen arms. Cedric Mullins is the icing. We need the cherry on top at the starting pitcher, right? I think that is. We need a starter. Give me a starter, and I'm ready. Yeah, shut exactly. Shut the front door. Yeah, like I have one too. So like I just didn't know. Like it just happened that my coworker sent the picture. He was in I forgot what hat store, but it was they had to deal with New Era, and I just assumed because why would I think otherwise, right? I guess that's kind of like being kind of dumb, but I just assume he got to deal with those guys. So how would I know? I'm not in the meeting. So and yeah, I'm annoyed by that. And I found that out after I already got that. I bought the hat. So it's like, what am I going to do? Like, it sucks. Padres got Wagner from Jays. I don't know what the hell the Padres are doing. Sandy on the table? I don't know anymore. I don't know. What am I eating tonight? I'm probably going to go with probably some chicken parm. I'm in the mood for that. I'm really in the mood for something. I need to eat, man. I like I said, guys, I was working. I've been up since, God, Jesus, 2 o'clock in the morning. Working. I got home at 12:40 something, and I set up my stream, and I was on from 1:30 until I'm still on. So, no sleep. Got work in about 10 hours. Well, no, not even. It's like 7 hours. So I'm there. Yeah, it feels like a national holiday. I should go to my boss. Hey, listen, it's the MLB trade deadline. I deserve an off day, right? How about that? Mothman, did we really accomplish enough to win a World Series? I think we're looking at certain things and say they didn't get this. How can we win a World Series? As we all know, the World Series, the MLB playoffs is now like the NHL playoffs. Get in and anything can happen. It comes to the hot team. Who gets hot at the right time? So everybody, for years, the Phillies had the best pitching staff, or at least rotation. Didn't really work out for them, right? For the last 3 years, they've been getting further and further away from the World Series. So I don't think it's the end all be all. Would I prefer another starter? Yes. Am I going to say that the Mets are doomed because they didn't get another starter? No. Like, I'm not going to say that. I don't think it's fair to them to do that. But I do wonder, if we ultimately don't win and the starting pitching ended up being the reason, that would piss me off. Because again, I think it's fair to say that this is probably a B plus. I mean, I guess that's kind of harsh because I wasn't expecting this much from Stearns, to be honest with you. But they're going to trade Paul Blackburn. Okay, like basically for nothing. I mean, it gets a guy off our because it gets a guy off the 40 man. I guess that counts. Yeah, Mo, I'm gonna give it I'm gonna give it a solid A. A starter would be A plus. I think that's fair. Yeah, but again, too, there's got to be something behind that, right? Again, there's so many moving parts. Got to figure out, all these guys that we traded, who's on the 40 man, who's not on the 40 man. Does the Mets have room on the 40 man? Like, it could be roster manipulation at this point. You can put Paul Blackburn in a trade for I don't know, like, but it's probably roster manipulation at this point. So we'll see. Well, Mike, I mean, the awful sign of the Montas, I didn't like that. Like, $17 million is a lot. But the reason why we're talking about Montas is because of what happened to our rotation. Sean Manaea just came back. Kodai Senga was good, gives no length, and then got hurt again, and now he's back. David Peterson has been very good. Clay Holmes hasn't been good since May. That's why we're talking about Frankie Montas. So that's the problem, unfortunately. And I'm not excited to talk about this rotation if the Mets don't do anything with starting pitching. Like David Stearns says, if he's going to get a starter, it's going to be a top 3 starter. It's going to be somebody that can pitch game 1, 2, or 3 of the postseason, of a postseason game. So I don't know. Like, would I rather not have gotten one of these 2 relievers to get a starter? Probably. Because I think you can actually say Clay Holmes, you can get a starter and Clay Holmes can go to the bullpen and they can replace one of these guys. Now, which guy? I mean, take your pick. Cindy, and I've been very, upfront about it. When people have been killing the offense, ultimately, the ultimate thing that killed this team last year was the pitching because it got gassed. We got a bunch of guys that are on innings limits, pitch limits, hasn't pitched that many innings this year, or are worried about innings. And we're going to go into that same situation again. I just don't feel comfortable doing it. And again, maybe David Stern says, you know what, I'm not paying that hefty price for Alcantara or any of these starting pitchers. Because there's a reason why we're 47 minutes away, right? That's math, right? Yeah. 47 minutes away until the end of the deadline. There's a lot of starting pitchers. Now, apparently Dylan Cease is going to the Astros. Not official yet, but it's happening. You still got Kelly. You still got Gallen. You still got Keller, which might not happen. You got Alcantara. You got Cabrera. God knows how many other starters that we're not even talking about are on the market. Why are all those guys still on the market with 46 minutes to go, excuse me? Because the prices are high. Merrill Kelly should be on another team by now, but the price is probably high. Why? Because there's not that many available. That is why when you look at what you want to get, why overpay for Kelly when you can get Alcantara and control, or Cabrera or control? That's what teams are thinking here, right? If you got to give one extra big prospect to get Alcantara or Cabrera, it's worth it considering that the upside, number one, and two, you got control. Well, let's just say Merrill Kelly will go for Acuna and I don't know, Jonathan Santucci. Like, let's just say that. But that's for a rental. And clearly David Stearns doesn't care, but I think David Stearns would do that trade. But it's probably more for Merrill Kelly. I don't see why the Marlins or the Diamondbacks are keeping these guys. Like, I understand probably more of the Marlins because there's still control over those guys, but they're not keeping them because they have control. At least Alcantara. He is making what, $17 million over the next couple of years. Like, the Marlins just want to get rid of that shed that payroll. Well, one, everybody's looking to fleece. That's why these guys are still here. Gigi, I don't see why you're dissatisfied with the Mullins trade. Why? Like, I don't think there's any reason why. It is an upgrade from Tyrone Taylor. It's even an upgrade from Jeff McNeil, if you want to talk about that. KT says, I don't think it's going to be one of the top three. I think it's going to be a little bit lower than that. I mean, what's lower than that? Like, if it's not Kelly, it's lower than Kelly. Like, I don't know. Like, what is that? Like, that doesn't solve the main issue. Like, that's the problem. Like, why give up one prospect for a guy that's not a top three pitcher when you can just give another prospect or two and get a top three starter and possibly with control? That makes more sense. Cindy, I agree. I've been saying that for Cindy. You've been on the channel for a while. You've been subscribing for a while. You know how I talk about Senga. People fall in love with Senga, and he is almost useless. If he pitches well for 4 to 5 innings, everybody goes goo goo gaga. The guy doesn't go deep. He's a soft tissue injury waiting to happen. He needs 5 days off just to pitch on the 6th day, and there's no guarantee that he's going to go deep, number one, or pitch well. That is a shady game to play with somebody that needs to be so important to this rotation. Why I want another starting pitcher that can come in here that's the top 3, where I can have Senga as an option as like a 4th guy in this rotation. That's what I want. When I hear Senga, I want him to start game 4. Because I know if he starts game 1, he's not pitching game 5 of the LDS. There's not enough days off. He's not pitching on short rest. I mean, he might have to, but you seen on regular rest, he has a 5 ERA on short rest, which he's never done. God knows. I don't even want to think about that. That's how scared I am of that. That's the biggest problem. Sandy to the Red Sox. Oh, the Red Sox kind of been quiet. No, it makes no sense. It makes more sense for the Mullins to keep Cabrera because Cabrera is cheap. Alcantara is not. He's making $17 to $20 million over the next couple of years. The Mullins want to trade Alcantara. They probably don't want to trade Eber Cabrera unless they get blown away, which I still believe Alcantara is going to be gone over the next 40 minutes. Yeah, K2, I said I don't care about these prospects. I don't. Mothman. No, Dwayne, we don't need a contact hitter. We need run producers, right? That's why I didn't want Stephen Kwan, because Stephen Kwan would be more of a problem for the Mets because he's not a run producer. He's a guy who gets on base. He's a guy who steals bases. He puts the bat on the ball. Great. He gets on base. Again, we can't drive him in. We need somebody to drive him in. And that's why I think Cedric Mullins is probably going to be a sneaky move that people are going to really tend, who might not have liked that trade for Mullins and probably wanted somebody else, are going to start liking it rather quickly because he's an enticing player. Is he a great player? No, by no means. But 15 home runs and 59 RBIs, the Mets haven't sniffed that in center field for the last 2 seasons. That is an upgrade offensively. He is going to help this lineup wherever he might be. If he's leadoff, ninth, or somewhere in between, he's going to help this team. Is Gallen better than our top 3? Well, if you look at the numbers, no. But are we so confident Minaya is going to get through these last 2 months healthy? I don't know. Senga, same thing. That is your top 2 starters, along with David Peterson. I leave David Peterson out because Senga and Minaya are the ones that get in the money. Those are 2 guys that are coming back from injury that I think if they're healthy and they do what they're supposed to do, they should be fine. Senga never does what he's supposed to do. He needs extra days off. He needs this to go right. He needs somebody to rub his butt before he goes on the mound. Like, it's a lot of nonsense to get him on the mound and no guarantee of pitching well or going deep into games. I'm sorry. If you're getting a 5th day off and pitching on the 6th day, your S better be out there for 90-plus pitches. At least. You better be close to 100 pitches. This guy's throwing 80 to 95 pitches and he's barely getting out of the 5th inning. That is not what we need consistently. And on top of that, the injury possibility. Now, I think if Sean Manaea can get through these next few months prior to the playoffs healthy, Manaea, Peterson 1-2 makes me a little bit more comfortable, but it doesn't get me excited. We saw what Manaea did in the playoffs. He broke down. Why wouldn't he do that again? David Peterson was pretty good. Jose Quintana was basically our best pitcher in the playoffs. So, 38 minutes. 38 minutes until the deadline, guys. Rangers got Kelly. Well, let's see. What did they get for him? Okay, so Mike Rodriguez says somebody hacked his account. Well, I hope that's the case. Because if it's not, that's a dick move. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers acquired outfielder Alex Cole from the Washington Nationals. Huh. Interesting. All right. Interesting. Uh, Francis Romero, who's a baseball sports reporter, I guess for a Spanish baseball column, says several teams are still in talks with the Marlins about Sandy Alcantara with 1 hour remaining. Well, obviously it's less than that now. The Yankees and Astros are in the mix according to Intermission. Joel Sherman just said Devin Williams' name has come up in discussions. Does not mean the Yankees are trading for him. A lot of names are being discussed. Williams is a free agent, blah, blah, blah. Bednar doesn't have to only close. Let's see. And where do you see that, guys? I didn't see any of that with the Rangers got Kelly. Am I missing something here? Maybe I'm just tired. Andy Martino just tweeted, with the Mets not trading for starting pitching, expect the likes of Noah McLean to be in line for opportunities this year. Well, we'll see. But I don't see I'm not sure. Hold on. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, there we go. Jeff Passan just said it. The Rangers are acquiring right-handed Merrill Kelly for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, this is good. I mean, not for the Mets. And he's going to the American League, which he's not going to the Phillies, not going to the Dodgers or the Cubs. And by the way, guys, what are the Cubs doing? Like, the Cubs are just like not doing nothing. Hey, Billy, Stearns is having a press conference at 6:30. I didn't hear that. But that kind of makes sense right after the deadline. Interesting. I want to see what they gave up for Kelly because, like, we have to know. Because that's going to tell you how much a rental costs for a solid pitcher. That's crazy. All right, guys, come on. Give me the news. Help me out here. We're 34 minutes away until the deadline is over, guys. Oh, boy. What a day. The Padres had a hell of a deadline. Mason Miller, O'Hearn, Sears, Laureano. Nice. It's a marathon. Yeah, the Rangers made it. That's a nice. I want to know what they got. I want to know what they did. Guys, I'm telling you this right now. I don't understand And again, still credit to David Stearns. Like, this is a good deadline. I just don't understand how you're going to have all these guys on the roster and make it work. Forget about the starting pitching. Like, I think that's idiotic. Like, unless Noah McLean or one of these top prospecting pitchers are going to have no limits, they're going to come up and pitch. Like, no bullshit innings, no bullshit pitch counts, throw. Because it doesn't make sense. If you're going to have limitations on them, then it's not an upgrade. I don't care what anybody says. You can't say, oh, well, he's not going to throw more than 85 pitches. Well, if it's the fourth inning, he's done. If you're going to bring him up, let him pitch. Stop the bullshit. Billy, it's good to see you as well, buddy. Yeah, I'm going strong. I'm tired and hungry, but going strong, kind of. Yeah, Frank, they didn't sign, they traded. So I'm still waiting for the cost of Merrill Kelly, as we are just 32 minutes away until the end of the deadline. All right, I'm just trying to refresh. All right. And I'm getting, again, I follow so many damn people that it's like, I need help. Like, again, there's still reports that the Mets are still trying to fire away and trying to get an arm. And we're only 31 minutes away. I just don't see them not getting an arm. It's not even just about the starting pitcher. It's just the fact that getting a starting pitcher has to trade one of these guys on the roster. It has to be an Acuna, has to be a Vientos, somebody. I just don't understand. Mullins' trade is not a bad fit at all. He's better than Tyrone Taylor, and he's just as good as Taylor defensively. It's an upgrade offensively. This team needed upgrade offensively, and they got it. Not saying that Mullins is going to make the difference or, be a big jolt. I mean, he could be, but we'll see. David, a member of the channel. Again, we still got a half hour, guys, so let's not jump off the bridge yet. You can hang on to the Shea Bridge, but don't jump off of it yet. All right. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to. I was in my phone big time, just trying to figure things out. Dolo, I've said that. How long have I been saying that? I've been saying this the whole time. It's a great comment. I've been saying this the whole time. Like, what is the point of acquiring all this bullpen strength? Like, and not doing what you need to do for starting pitching. Again, even if one of these kids come up, how much of an upgrade is it? Like, they might pitch well, but for how many innings? For how many pitches? Like, we can't have another guy come up here and be on a restrictions limit. We already got Senga on a restrictions limit. They're very careful with Minaya. Like, 3 of our guys at the top of our rotation have limitations, have restrictions. Like, Jesus, Lord. Like, this is supposed to be a happy 6 o'clock end of stream. I'm annoyed. I like what they did, but ultimately, how is this helping the team overall? The biggest problem of this team was always starting pitching. And as much as people killed me and talked about it, and said, no, it's the offense. It's the offense. True. But when you got the likes of Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Brandon Nimmo, Lindor, I stick to the back of the baseball cards. It's going to come. I know we only got 53 games left, but it's going to happen. Like, the back of the baseball cards says so. It's not going to be all of them together, but I guarantee it'll be 2 or 3 of them. So I think this pitching staff is a problem. And Minaya is going to be fine. Great. I hope you got a crystal ball to tell me that. But we have 2 months for him to remain healthy and pitch well. First, he's got to remain healthy. That's priority number 1. And then you piggyback in Senga, who's another one who's a soft tissue injury waiting to happen. I agree, Pick. I agree. They improved the team. But again, you get all this bullpen strength. You can't use these guys every single day in the 5th inning. Again, the problem with the Mets bullpen wasn't that they didn't have solid guys. They had a solid bullpen going into this year. What was the problem? The problem was they were using 4 to 6 guys every single night. Every night they were using 4 to 6 guys. 4 should be max where things don't get out of hand. When you're using 4, 5 or 6 guys on a nightly basis, guess what? Your bullpen's going to suffer, regardless of who's throwing that ball in the bullpen. No, I'm not changing it. I like what they did. I give credit for the aggressiveness. But you're getting a bullpen here with really good, solid arms. You can't overuse them over these next 2 months. So, but like, that's the issue. The length of the starting pitching that you did not get was the demise of your bullpen. Like, that has been the issue. Yeah, Blue, because the 4th in ERA, why was that? They were so far ahead in the first 2 months that, yeah, they might have come back to earth a little bit, but they're the same pitchers. They're the same guys. Clay Holmes hasn't been good since May. Frankie Montas is Frankie Montas. Like, I like what they did, and they're going to get a ton of credit. But again, it still is weird with the roster manipulation where now with Mullins in center field, McNeil's playing second base. You got one position with third base for 4 guys. Vientos, Beatty, Acuna, Mauricio. How are all these guys staying on the roster? Nobody's playing. What, are you going to sit McNeil every day now? Who's been the better hitter out of all these guys? Yeah, LFGM, I agree. Putting the Band-Aid on a large stab wound, especially with that. And the Band-Aid is a very good bullpen. But how is that going to last when you're going to constantly use them so much? Todd brought up 2007. Yep. So I know there's a couple of moves going on. I see it in the comment right now. Let me just see what's going on. Willie Castro to the Cubs for prospects. Los Angeles Angels continue to add at the deadline, acquiring Oswaldo Peraza from the Yankees. Oswald Peraza, excuse me. The Red Sox are not on the Merrill Kelly unless Diamondbacks change, blah, blah, blah. We know about Merrill Kelly. Did anybody see what they gave up for Merrill Kelly? I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I don't see anything. I'm trying to think. I still haven't seen what the deal was. If that's what it was, okay. That's Oh, that's. Well, I'm not gonna say it's a lot. All right, let's see. So let's see what they gave up for Kelly. I think those are the names that Dolo said. All right, let's see. Oh, it's already a lot, guys. All right, Cole Drake, top number 5 on the Rangers' top prospect list. David Hageman, 13th, and Mitch Bratt, which he's not ranked. So they gave one of their top pitching prospects. They had 3 top pitching prospects in their top 5 in Cole Drake, David Hageman, which is 14th. Oh, and Mitch Bratt. Wow, that's a lot. All right, so was it Juan? All right, Juan, you're Merrill Kelly guy, right? This is what they gave up for Merrill Kelly. They're number 5, they're number 9, and they're number 14th. Every one of them were pitchers. The Mets weren't doing that. Like that's a lot for Merrill Kelly for a rental. See what I'm saying here? What they got from Merrill Kelly is 3 top 15 pitchers. They're expected 2026, 2028, and 2026. 2 2026s and 1 2028 guys that are expected time of arrival. So there you go. 3 top 15 prospects, all pitching prospects, going back. And to go a little further, top 100 by teams. I mean, yeah, like, geez. And this guy's in AAA, and he's a lefty. 6'5", he's a big boy. 3.10 ERA, pretty good. Yeah, we definitely are a long ways away from Daniel Vogelbach. Again, I'm not mad about this deadline by any means. But again, the roster manipulation is still weird. Well, Dwayne, I agree. There hasn't been a blockbuster trade. Cedric Mullins is not a blockbuster deal. Even Ryan Helsley is not a blockbuster deal. It's a really good deal. It's a really good move. But I don't know. I just Acuna is not going to play second base. Not over Beatty. Not over McNeil. Acuna doesn't hit. Why do we want to? Again, this is why Acuna hasn't played. This is why he lost his second base job. Remember, it was Brett Beatty's job. Beatty sucked. Acuna got the job. He sucked, and he still hasn't hit. Even Brett Beatty figured out how to hit a baseball, while Acuna has not. Like, that's why this roster still doesn't make sense. I said it. We got 20 minutes left, guys. It does not make sense for Mauricio, Acuna, Beatty, and Vientos to be on the roster at the same time. Now that you got a center fielder, a real center fielder that's going to play every day, McNeil is not playing center field now. He's going to second base. So somebody's going to be the DH. Either it's going to be Vientos or Beatty. One of those two guys. Mauricio is probably going to be the third baseman. And let's say Vientos is the DH. Beatty and Acuna, what are they doing? They're playing, patty cake? That's the problem. Yeah, well, my holy, that's the thing. Maybe he does need a chance on another team. Well, Red Bear, Mullins is an upgrade in center field. 15 home runs and 59 RBIs is worlds better than what we had. So it is an upgrade offensively. Am I going to say it's anything fun or really exciting? No, but it's going to help. Yeah, LFGM. See, that's wrong. Acuna, do we all forget who started on opening day? Luis Angel Acuna. Remember when Beatty got sent down? Beatty was gone for a month. Acuna got all that playing time at second base. Remember, McNeil wasn't back yet. He lost the job. Acuna had the second base job. When McNeil came back, McNeil was getting pushed around everywhere. And Acuna was still getting the second base job. Acuna didn't hit. And when Beatty came back up after the Winker injury, Beatty started to hit and took the job. That's the difference. Well, Kev, no, I want you to go all in regardless. I don't want to give Acuna a chance. He got his chance. Why is it okay that he gets a month and he did not do well? Mullins is a base stealer. He got speed. I don't know if he's. I'll check the stats right now. Sorry, hold on. I don't know why everything froze. Okay, here we go. Stolen bases. Whoops. I don't know why I did that. He has 14 stolen bases. So not a speed, not a crazy. He got speed though, but this is the other thing, guys. Why have the Mets don't have a ton of speed, but haven't they stole like 26 stolen bases in a row? So when Antoine Richardson and the Mets, they know how to steal bases even without tremendous speed. Putting Mullins' speed on the base pad might make him an even better stolen base guy. Maybe he has a hard time reading pitchers, but clearly Antoine Richardson has helped a lot of these guys who are not speedsters steal a good amount of bases. So we'll see. Didn't Acuna win Rookie of the Month? No, Beatty won Rookie of the Month, or not Rookie of the Month. Maybe Acuna did, but he still lost his job. He had second base. Even when McNeil came back, they played him DH. They played him, the corners. They played him center. They played him everywhere. Like he was playing. Acuna was playing every day when Beatty was sent down. Beatty came back up because of the Winker injury, and Beatty wasn't given the job. Beatty started to hit at the DH spot, at third base when Vientos wasn't playing well. And eventually, he started playing better defense than Luisano Acuna at second base, along with hitting. Ultimately, Acuna lost the job. And now we have all these guys. We got 15 minutes until the deadline, and we still got all these guys on the roster. How does that make roster sense? I don't know. I just don't know. But somebody's probably going to go down to the minors, and it's probably going to be Acuna. And again, if he's not playing and you didn't trade him, send him to AAA and let him develop, right? That's the whole idea. Let him fix whatever's wrong with his bat. He has no home runs this year. His average isn't good. So his speed is useless. The only time his speed is good is when he pinch runs, because he doesn't get on base enough. The speed is pointless if you don't get on base enough. If you're going to start, you get 4 at-bats a day. If you don't get on base, what's the point of your speed? All you're going to be doing is running back to the dugout. 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Okay, so Acuna won Rookie of the Month. And where did that get him? Losing his job because he didn't hit. Like, that's it. The best asset he has is his speed. He tries to hit home runs way too much, which he's not built for that. He's probably about a 12 to 15 home run guy on a good year with power. Right? He needs to get his average up. He needs to work on contact. His speed will kill. But if you don't make contact, your speed is pointless. Yeah, Blue, I think starting pitching does cost way too much. I just said, Merrill Kelly, who's a rental at 36, 37 years old, the Rangers just gave 3 top 15 prospects, and they're all pitchers. What do you think Alcantara, Cabrera, Keller, Gallen is going to get? Like, yeah, of course, Alcantara's not going to be traded. Like I said, Like it's been an underwhelming kind of start and pitching market, unfortunately. And David Stearns was not willing to overpay for anybody on the starting pitcher market. So here's the hope. We're 13 minutes away until the deadline. Doesn't look like the Mets are going to do anything else. They might trade Paul Blackburn. That's just opening up a roster spot on the 40-man, in my opinion. So yeah, well, I just keep going. Dakota, if you're not going to trade them, use them to your advantage to help the major league club. If you're helping us this year, I don't care if you're a prospect. Like that's it. If they felt like the price was too high for a Merrill Kelly, which it clearly was, 3 top 15 prospects in the Rangers system, and they were all pitchers. 2 of them expected to be here next year at the big league level. So the Mets weren't doing that for Merrill Kelly, a rental. So that means the other guys that weren't rentals were going to cost a ton. So outrageous prices for pitching, starting pitching at the top of the market. If David Stearns believes McLean or Tong or even Sproat already, one of them, you're not going to put 2 of them up. You kind of have too many guys in this rotation. Bring them up. But there can't be restrictions on him. Make no mistake about it. If I fucking hear, and I'm telling you guys this right now, we're 11 minutes away. If I hear that one of these kids come up and there's innings limits or pitch restrictions, then what are we doing here? Then you should have went and got a starting pitcher, if that's the case. I'm sorry. You cannot bring a kid up and worry about restrictions when you're trying to win a championship. You can't. Dangerous game to play. Your rotation is not good enough. No, it's not about a month is determine Acuna's career. But when you're trying to win ball games, you don't have time for guys to figure it out. Why do you guys understand that? Like, that's the point. We can't try to win games and figure out guys and let them figure it out at the major league level. That's what the minors is for. When they come at the big league level, they better be knowing what the hell they're doing. I'm not saying you can't go into slumps. These guys look lost. Acuna should not be trying to hit the ball over the wall every time he swings at the bat. His speed is too deadly and important. Put the ball in play. Make the guy make a perfect throw because they're going to speed up their routine, speed up when they get the ball to try to throw the guy out. And that can lead to errors. You got to make the defense make plays. Joe, how you doing? Dustin May to the Red Sox. That's odd. Yeah, like we can't keep on like again. We got what Padres got Nestor Cruz, Nestor Cortez. Okay, Danette, I agree with you. Like I agree with you. They do have major league type stuff. But if you're going to put these guys up here and have restrictions, you're not solving the main issue this team has with their rotation. You're going to put another guy in the rotation that you have restrictions on, and you got to use more bullpen. Just because we got bullpen arms and better ones doesn't mean they're not going to be overused. So 9 minutes, guys. I'm going to check Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. So 17 minutes ago, the Minnesota Twins are still in sell mode and are expected to trade right-handed starter Joe Ryan as well. Oh, Mets, please. Please. Solve all my problems. I don't think the Mets are going to do it, but oh my God. The Red Sox are desperately trying to acquire Joe Ryan in the final minutes. Lord. Morosi, Red Sox are trying to acquire Joe Ryan. Whoa. Well, the Yankees just made a huge trade. They just traded for Jose Caballero, sorry, the shortstop. Holy shit. Wow, that's a big move. Wow. That's a really big move. That's a really good move. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not that guy. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I'm sorry. That is my fault. That is really my fault. That's my fault. It wasn't that one I was talking about. that kind of was like, woo. I was thinking about Junior Caminero, not Jose Caballero. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. That's not a good move. It's whatever move. So did the Red Sox just get Joe Ryan? Rangers close to requiring Phil Maton. So according to the Buster Only, the Mets were in on Merrill Kelly. They weren't giving up that price. So that's it. So again, guys, the Mets were in on Merrill Kelly, but the price, I'm telling you, 3 top 10 pitching prospects, 3 top 15 pitching prospects from the Rangers system. The Mets weren't doing that. Dustin May to the Red Sox as a flurry of moves are coming on with 6 minutes to go. God, I wonder if the Mets are trying to get Joe Ryan. Because if they were in on Merrill Kelly, oh man, that would be Jesus. That would be like epic. Oh, we're coming down to the final minutes, guys. Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. I don't know. I mean, you would assume so if you're not going to get started pitching, right? Like, I'm going to tell you this right now. I trade 2 of my top pitching prospects for Joe Ryan right now. Like, if you want to keep Joe, whoever Stearns likes the most, keep them and trade the other 2 for Joe Ryan. Because you hope those guys return it to Joe Ryan. So I would assume they would bring up one of them. Ugh, frustrating. So obviously when the 6 o'clock deadline hits, we got to wait like 10, 15 minutes because a lot of moves can be sent to the MLB offices before 6. And we got to wait a little bit after because all of them are coming in. Excuse me. The Cubs just acquired Taylor Rogers, who just was traded to the Pirates. So now he's a Cub. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Woo. Christopher, I'm better. I've been better for a few days now. I've had a rough go with it. I was literally just, my body was killing me. All right, guys, 4 minutes. And by the way, guys, if you're still here and over almost 1,800 are in the stream on X and YouTube, the David Stearns is having a press conference at 6:30. I'm guessing to discuss the deadline. And what if they don't get started pitching, what are they going to do with the rotation? Are they going to bring up the kid or somebody, one of the kids? We'll see. So I'm still seeing if there's anything else going on. The Rangers get Adrian Hauser. The Rays get Adrian Hauser. Whew. All right, so far we got 3 minutes. Again, the Yankees are acquiring shortstop Jose Caballero. Again, a backup. That's why they traded Oswald Peraza, so they're just backing up Volpe. Brewers acquiring Brandon Lockridge from the Padres for Nestor Cortez. All right. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Is Joe Ryan going to get traded? Is the paperwork going in if he's going to get traded? Countdown time, guys. Everybody's like, please, Stearns, buzzer beater, Joe Ryan. That would be insane. If David Stearns pulled that off, this guy's a genius at that point. But again, I don't think so. And there's a lot of moves that popped up in the last 3 minutes. So we'll see. Again, just because it's 6 o'clock doesn't mean that trades hasn't been sent to the MLB offices. So we got to wait about 10 minutes after 6 or so. So you got me here for at least another 10, 15 minutes. Oh, boy. One minute. Ray, I'm definitely going to go. I promise you that. Going to shower and eat and go to bed. That's for sure. Royals are acquiring left-hander Bailey Falter from the Pirates. Yeah, Joel, but you know what? You hope that somebody like a Tong or a Sproat or McLean turns into Joe Ryan. You get that guy. You don't wait for one of your guys to become that guy. You go get that guy. And I don't think it's going to happen. And it is 6 o'clock. 6 p.m. is here, guys. 4 hours and 22 minutes into the stream, and the deadline is here. Whew. I'm tired. So let's wait about 5 to 10 minutes. I did hear CC the Astros, but I don't think it has been confirmed enough. We'll see. We'll wait. Let's wait. Jim Bowden just tweeted, players not traded at the deadline. Joe Ryan, Mackenzie Gore, Sandy Alcantara, Eric Cabrera, Zach Gallen, Luis Robert, Andrew Haney, Dennis Santana. That's a lot. A lot of people just think that most of these guys were gonna get traded. That is a lot of guys that weren't traded. Boy. Tigers still working hard for starting pitching. And that was a minute ago. So unless they is that true? Again, that's why there's still trades coming through. Camilo Duvall traded to the Yankees. Ooh, they got that in. That's a hell of a deal for the Yanks. Camilo Duvall is really good. That's a nice move. 3.9 ERA, lefty. Right-handed closer for the Giants. They got Bednar, they got obviously Williams, and now they got Duvall. So they revamped their bullpen as well. Yeah, Joe, because Cashman does a great job hyping him up. And we'll see what they gave for Duvall. Right? We don't know yet. That's why you gotta wait, guys. Trades are still coming in. And according to Anthony DeComo, their deadline is complete. Charlie Morton got sent to the Tigers. And the Tampa Bay Rays just acquired Griffin Jax from the Twins. Wow. A lot of moves in the last 5 minutes. All right, guys. So the Yankees got Duvall, the closer for the Giants. Griffin Jax, the reliever for the Minnesota Twins, went to the Rays. Wow. Charlie Morton to the Tigers. So that's it, guys. On your screen is the Mets deadline. The revamped bullpen of the New York Mets was David Stern's top priority. And then he got a center fielder. I guess the priority wasn't a top priority enough to go get a starting pitcher. I don't know. I think it was a B-plus deadline because you revamped your bullpen, got Cedric Mullins, you got your center fielder. I'm not going to give an A. B-plus. I'll give a B-plus. You got the majority of your needs. Now, at 6:30, Stearns is going to talk. I'm assuming people are going to ask him about starting pitching. Is he going to bring up one of the kids with no restrictions and let the guys deal? Or let that pitcher deal. That's the only outcome I can see. If they don't do that, this is a disaster for the starting rotation. I'm telling you that right now. Because who do you trust? Multiple guys are coming back from injuries with Senga and Manaea. No guarantee they're going to be healthy. David Peterson's pretty damn good. Montaz is Montaz. And Holmes is breaking down in front of our eyes. Kev, we could be anybody. Like, anybody can be anybody, right? This is not Major League Baseball of 15 years ago where the best team usually is going to win. You make the playoffs, you get hot, anybody can win. That has been determined the last 6 years of baseball, of the World Series. The Nationals got hot for 2 months, won the World Series. The Braves were on the verge of trading at the deadline and being sellers, beat the Mets before the deadline, and went out and get Duvall and Soler, and they were a big part of the World Series team for the Braves. The Rangers, it's just the way it goes. So, yes, the Mets can win. Anybody can win the World Series. You get into the playoffs, everybody's got a shot. So, guys, 4 hours and 28 minutes. And the New York Mets' final deadline moves was Gregory Soto, Tyler Rogers, Ryan Helsley, and Cedric Mullins. A couple of fury of trades. The Yankees were able to get Duvall from the Giants, which was their closer. So the Yankees got Bednar and Duvall in their bullpen, along with Devin Williams. So they revamped their bullpen. They got a couple of backup guys like Slater and Caballero as like bench guys. So they revamped their bullpen. They did what they had to do. Morton went to the Tigers. No, Stezo, I mean, we're still waiting on the prices for these guys. Like, what did they give up for these guys? That's the other problem, right? Griffin Jackson, it makes sense at this point when you got all the guys you got for the bullpen. They didn't trade Joe Ryan. Nobody got him. Jared Duran, we got Helsley. So, I mean, it's a rental, but Helsley is damn good. So I don't know. We got 53 games to go, guys. That's it. We got the upgrade in center field. We revamped our bullpen. It's a damn good bullpen. And let's go. Like, am I excited about the rotation? No. Bring these goddamn kids up, at least one of them, and do your damn job. Stop giving these guys restrictions. Let them freaking pitch. Now, they're taking a big risk because both of your guys at the top of your rotation, in Minaya and Senga, are coming back from injury. Dangerous game to play. It's very risky without getting reinforcements in that rotation. So, with that said, and I really want to see what certain teams gave up for. And there's still a couple of moves. I think. Let's see. Come on. The Minnesota Twins got Taj Bradley for Griffin Jacks. I don't know the Tampa Bay Rays prospects very well, but let's see where that guy is. I don't even know who that is. He's not in the top prospects list, but then again, who knows? Twins. Let's see. Yeah, Taj Bradley. I don't even know who that is. He's not even in the prospect list. Taj Bradley. Oh, so he's been up with the team. So yeah, he didn't get much for. He was their top pitching prospect last year. Okay. Yeah, he was pitching in 2025. So okay, so they got a major league arm that's ready to go in the rotation, I guess, right? That's what I'm thinking. Taj Bradley. So there you go. So the Mets strengthened their bullpen very much, by the way. Got the center fielder, which was a hole. The hole apparently. We're gonna listen to Stearns at 6:30. Let's see what he says about starting pitching. There is no other explanation. Now, I understand the prices were high, but you had to go do it. You got to do something. So if you didn't do it, the only other explanation out of his mouth better be one of these kids are coming up to help this rotation. If that's not the case, then I don't know what to tell you. You better hope somebody steps up in this rotation and goes deeper into ball games, because for these last 53 games, these last 2 months of the season, if they're not going to go deeper into games, all you're going to do is use the guys you got more often, which is going to be overused, and you're going to end up in the same problem you did for the entire season. So, unfortunately, you didn't get a starter, but we revamped the bullpen. You got your center fielder. You do got Soto. You do got Alonso. You do got Lindor. You do got Nimmo. Hopefully, Francisco Alvarez is turning it around offensively. We got still every infield depth that we possibly have still on this roster. So we'll see. With that said, guys, 4 hours and 34 minutes of streams, consistently over 1,600 people. I really do appreciate it. A lot of fun. The Mets did the majority of what they had to do. And it's time to see what these 53 games left in the season is going to hold for our New York Mets. With that said, guys, thank you for tuning in to the Mets Trade Watch live right here on the channel. The trade deadline is officially over, Mets fans, and now we get to talk all about baseball once again tomorrow as the Mets play at home, come back home after getting swept by the San Diego Padres, and Now they're half a game up on the division. 53 games to go. And now they face a team they just dominated in San Francisco at home. With that said, have a good night, guys. Go eat, go shower, go sleep, because that's what I'm going to do. Have a good night, guys. Let's go, Mets. Grade for the New York Mets trade deadline, B+. B+ is my grade for the New York Mets trade deadline. Good night, guys. Let's go, Mets, and I'll see you tomorrow for Mets pregame. Good night, guys.
And Crayons with a Bob on the mic, spitting truth from the heights. Queens unite under stadium lights. Bright nights, 7 train rides. Dreams born in the real hum. Brooklyn to Queens, yeah, we all about that outcome. This our time, this our cheer. Mets talk loud, bring the hype, make it clear. From the boroughs to the field, this our year. Queens in the house, let the world hear. From Flushing Meadows, echoes bounce off the bat. Rob calls, take the mic, snaps like a thunderclap. Home runs over bridges, no gaps in the story. Mets rise, reclaiming the glory. 7 the city, blue and orange army swarm.